10 a.m. Um, and let us take a moment to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. A major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Members will raise their hand to move, second, or speak to a motion. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. All right. I'd like to take a few moments to introduce the following new board members for this year. First, County Councilman Michael Hauser Sr., District 10. He's not here? Okay, all right. All right. Marka Fields, Interim Director, City of Cleveland Planning Commission. Marka is here? All right, very good. Welcome. Welcome to NOACA. Carolyn Brakey, Commissioner, Geauga County. Shane's her alternate. All right, very good. Morris W. Beveridge III, Commissioner from Lake County. There he is. All right. Welcome, Morris. Alan Exley, County Engineer, Lake County. Very good. I think we just met a few minutes ago. Paul Magovec, Service Director, City of Brunswick. There he is. Welcome, Paul. David Guthiel, Interim President and CEO of the Cleveland Cuyahoga Port Authority. Okay. Walter Skip Claypool, alternate for Commissioner Ralph Spitaleri from Geauga County. Very good. Welcome. John Mara, alternate for Commissioner John Plechnik from Lake County. Good. Welcome, John. Welcome all of you to the NOACA board. All right, we've got minutes from our last board meeting to approve from the December 13th, 2024 meeting. Do we have any corrections or additions on those? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve? All right. Thanks, Mike. Second. All right. Thanks, Kristen. All those, any discussion on the minutes? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay. Minutes from December 13th are approved. Okay. Committee updates. The standing committees have not met since the last board meeting. So I guess we don't have any updates on any of the committees then, Grace, is that right? Or do we still want to run through them all, or, oh, we just want to, what do we want to do? Oh, okay, we'll do the government. Okay, okay, all right. Okay. All right, gotcha. All right. So under the governance committee, we're going to have the election of the calendar year 2025 officers. We don't have anything come on the screen or anything, or no? Oh, okay. What's her name? Okay, Liz, you're going to present? Oh, we don't have anything on there?
I do. I just don't think I have it added.
Yeah, we've got it in the packet. We've got it in
Yeah,
the
if you
packet.
don't refer to your packet, I apologize. I don't think I have the
Okay.
presentation added here.
All right. But we've got the whole calendar here in the book, in the
So this is laid out in NOACA's Code of Regulations. The Governance Committee is specifically tasked with developing the slate of officers every year for NOACA to be elected at the January meeting. It follows a standard rotation of the 5 counties and city of Cleveland. So the slate, and I'm sorry, Grace, I feel like I'm cutting you off, but.
No, not at all. I just
Okay.
wanna I'm just going to refer people to page 50 in the book, in the packet. And page 50 has,
Yes, and second, after the cover of the draft roster, it's the first thing. So the slate as recommended by the Governance Committee is Chris Ronayne, Cuyahoga County Executive as President, Mayor Justin Bibb, City of Cleveland as First Vice President, Commissioner James Dvorak of Geauga County as Second Vice President, Commissioner Jeff Friedel of Lorain County as Secretary, Commissioner Morris Beveridge III of Lake County as Treasurer, Jeff Brandon, trustee of Montville Township in Medina County as immediate past president. Those individuals comprise the executive committee. Mayor Blackwell, Annette Blackwell of Maple Heights as assistant secretary, Commissioner Harrison of Medina County as assistant secretary, Council President Blaine Griffin, Cleveland City Council as assistant secretary, Commissioner John Plechnik with Lake County as assistant secretary, trustee Mark Cunningham, Columbia Township assistant treasurer, Andrew Conrad, Medina County engineer, assistant treasurer, Mayor Michael Brennan, University Heights as assistant treasurer, and our final assistant treasurer as chair of Finance and Audit Committee is Mayor Jack Bradley, City of Lorain. So then the action would be to approve this slate of officers for the Board of Directors for calendar year 2025.
Okay, great. Thank you, Liz. Can I have a motion to approve? Okay. All right, Mike, you made that motion? Is that right? Okay, and then Mary, you second that? All right. Any discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, the motion passes. I just have some outgoing comments here, and then I'll turn the seat over to Executive Director Chris Ronayne. It is with a profound sense of gratitude and humility that I'm here before you today as I conclude my time as president of the Northeast Ohio Area-Wide Coordinating Agency. Serving this extraordinary organization has been one of the greatest privileges of my career as trustee. Over the past 20 years, I've had the honor of serving the residents of Montville Township, and it has been a tremendous extension of that privilege to serve on a board as impactful and as essential as NOACA. Throughout my time here, I've been continually inspired by the dedication and commitment of my fellow board members, public servants who share a passion for advancing the interests of our region. Together, we have worked to meet the needs of the 5 counties we proudly serve: Cuyahoga, Geauga, Lake, Lorain, and Medina, tackling critical issues and seizing opportunities to create a more connected, sustainable, and thriving Northeast Ohio. Our collaborative efforts have driven meaningful progress and will leave a lasting impression on the region. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the talented, tireless staff and executive director at NOACA. Your expertise and passion have been instrumental in every success we have achieved. Your dedication to excellence is what makes this agency so extraordinary. To my fellow board members and regional partners, thank you for your collaboration, wisdom, and shared vision. Working alongside such dedicated public servants has been an honor and a source of great pride. As I step aside from this role, I reflect on the vision we have built together. I am deeply optimistic about NOACA's future and the opportunities that lie ahead for our region. Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility for the past year and your unwavering support. Serving on this board and working with all of you has been a high honor. Though my role may be changing, my commitment to our shared mission remains steadfast. Thank you. Thank you.
Kind of a hard act to follow, Jeff. So let's give it up one more time for Jeff Brandon, please. And I want to welcome our new members, board members, alternates, some returning. Could you just wave a hand one more time if you're new today? You weren't here last year. Just one. All right. Thanks again. Welcome, you guys. I'm Chris Ronan, I'm County Executive for Cuyahoga County, but I just wanted in the space I have to say one more time how appreciative I am of Jeff and the entire executive team and all this board. But Jeff truly loves Northeast Ohio. I think from the tales, we would always say to one another, let's have a 5-minute conversation about something. And 35 minutes later, we'd be looking and saying, boy, that was a 5-minute conversation, learned it in a half hour, because we talk about a lot of things with life in Northeast Ohio. He loves this place from Medina County to here in downtown out to the Lake Erie Islands. And I think he wears it on his sleeve, and we love you. You've been doing a great job as a chair. And I just wanted to say it's been great to get to know you as a friend. That's one of the benefits of NOACA is we become friends from across the counties. And I think those in the executive committee know we spent a lot of time together and just appreciate your leadership and your good nature, Jeff. So I'll humbly try to step into your shoes. And I want to say to Grace, it's always been a pleasure working with you, and looking forward to our ride ahead as well. And I'm coming back after, as you know, was here 20 years ago on this board, and literally 20 years to this year. I left, went out to University Circle and used to rep the city of Cleveland, but it's good to be back after 20 years. And I spent the last 2 years with you, but 20 years. So my, real quick, before we get to public comment, from my eyes as the incoming president of the board, my wife often asks, what are you doing in the morning when I'm over my shredded wheat, just taking notes and something at the kitchen table. Today, I just said I was crunching numbers, Natalie. So I wanted to share some of the numbers that I was crunching over breakfast with you. Of our 5 counties, we represent 2,088,251 people by the last census count collectively. Our 5 counties together, Cuyahoga, Lorain, Geauga, Lake, and Medina, represent over 2 million people in this region. Our metropolitan statistical area, which also includes Ashtabula, puts us at roughly 2.2 million people, which makes us the 33rd largest metropolitan area as far as metropolitan regions go in the nation. So we're a big deal, all of us together as we act together. If you add in our, what they call the CMSA, and Grace knows this language well, but the combined metropolitan statistical area, if you include Akron, Canton, we're 3.7 million people, which makes us the most populous region in that region, the state of Ohio, and the 17th most populous in the nation. Again, together, we're a pretty big group, but our 5 counties, again, represents 2 million people. We also, over 5 counties, represent 2,000 square miles. 1,996 square miles, I'm rounding up, across our 5 counties, 2,000 square miles. Interestingly, at our 5 counties, another 2,000 square miles is either in Lake Erie or in surface water in your counties. So we're a 50-50 split of land and water in this region. 4,000 square miles of land and water. For those who don't know, and I bet the Lake County and Lorain County representatives know this in Cuyahoga County, but we share a maritime border with Canada. So none of us have figured out how to get fish to vote, but they're a part of our constituency too. We are in Cuyahoga County, we're actually 2/3 water out in Lake Erie, 1/3 on land. But together, again, back to the point, while we represent 2 million people, we also represent 2,000 square miles in this 5-county region. And that's on the square miles, it's actually pretty evenly split between our 5 counties. We just have a differential in density, but overall, we're pretty large land group. So 50% of our area is land, 50% water, but 2,000 square miles of land. So 5 counties in this region, 2 million people spread across 2,000 square miles. We can do a lot of good together as the 17th largest metropolitan area in the country. We have a shared economy. We have a shared watershed. We have a shared transportation and logistics network, as you know well. And there's a lot to collaborate on regionally. So just wanted to remind you that we are one region. And I think that's what's so great about this organization is it brings us together as one region. Mayors and county commissioners and engineers represent fixed borders, but really the economy doesn't know a fixed border, and the environment doesn't, and nor does the transportation system. So it's a pleasure to be amidst you guys and the 2 million people that we collectively represent over 2,000 square miles. And I just wanted to say, looking ahead in 2025 and looking forward to working with all of you, I'm looking forward to working with Grace on seeking more funding opportunities out of Washington and Ohio. Looking forward to working with you on project collaboration. Few of you I met with, Rich, you were one of them last year, just to talk about economic development across counties. There's a lot we can do together across the county. Internally, I think we can all work together on organizational health and how this organization is viable for the long run here. And it is a longstanding, important civic institution, and really one of the only ones that brings us all together. Kyle, the sewer district does that to a degree, and RTA, India and others that run RTA's transit systems. But this is the one organization that plans and implements together across 5 counties. One of the things I wanted to suggest this year, and forgive me, I've already spoken with Jeff Friedel about this out in Lorain County, but when I was on NOACA 20 years ago, we actually took the show on the road and we would visit other places. I just happened to bring up this opportunity with Jeff, and he said, come on over. And I think, Grace, you and I talked about this potential venue, but if we had a summer meeting in another county, he's recommending Lorain Community College, if we can put that together. But to all the counties, it'd be fun to be out with you and see what you're doing and hear from your representatives. So get out of Cuyahoga County, get into some of the other counties, and thought perhaps we could try at least one this year and go out to one of the outer counties, and maybe we can rotate who hosts summer after summer. But that was something we did years ago and thought it might be nice to kickstart it again. And we'll try to figure out how to make the overhead costs reasonable to anybody that hosts us, but be nice to see you in your county too. So that's just some comments on my goals. Again, back to the basics: project collaboration, funding opportunities, organizational health, and really getting to better understand one another as a region. I'm really rusty on Robert's Rules of Order, so please bear with me in the first meeting because Jeff did it so well, and Grace and Brenda have a good script for me. But I will jump into the meeting. But thank you all for serving this year, and looking forward to our ride ahead. So, without further ado, we're right here. Right? We're going to go to public comment.
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to ask for members of the public who are signed up to speak today. First, we ask the question, has anyone signed in to speak on behalf? You have 3 minutes, and we appreciate your comments today. And if you have more to say, I'm sure the staff of NOACA can hear you out beyond. But thank you for your public comments in advance. And let's hear from Ed Radziminski. Just for everybody's benefit, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 signed in public commenters today. Ed.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ed Radziminski. I reside in Brunswick in Medina County. I am one voice of those 2 million, and I occupy 2,000 square feet out of those 2,000 square miles. My intention this morning, talking to the board very briefly, is about the I-71 interchange that's proposed at Boston Road. That straddles Cuyahoga and Medina County. This board has in the past stood against this. There's existing studies that say that there's no major improvement with doing this. There's huge obstacles, structural, in the way of doing something like this. So I'm here to say, please, let's use good government. You all are charged with being stewards of funds that fund studies like this. And so let's not waste more taxpayers' dollars for something that already says, let's not do this. This board has in the past voted unanimously against this interchange. And I'm here to say, and you'll hear from my neighbors, my friends, and other individuals, it's a bad idea. So thank you for hearing me this morning. Thank you for the opportunity for good government that lets one voice out of 2 million come to speak to people who truly have the power to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed. John Kalis.
Hello. I hope everyone is having a happy new year so far. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak this morning. I would also like to thank Trustee Brandon, as well as welcome Mr. Chris Ronayne to the President's role. I will offer congratulations to Mrs. Gallucci on her contract extension as well. For those unaware, my name is John Kalis and I am from Medina County. Last month, I came before this board on behalf of a significant number of residents from all 5 counties that NOACA serves, who feel that NOACA is actively trying to suppress their opinions with flawed surveys and public engagement processes. These are active, civic-minded individuals who are willing to put forth the time and resources to make their voices heard on matters that will impact every facet of their lives. These are voters and taxpayers, through whose labor this agency and this board exist. Let me reiterate, the main criticism we have for NOACA's survey and feedback process is that the focus is so narrow that there is no meaningful way to oppose the content and still be counted. In the planning world, it's what's known as manufactured consent. This is especially concerning considering that NOACA is an agency ripe with solutions in search of problems. While I was pleasantly surprised last month by the support that I received for my comments from inside this building, never did I imagine that I would have an ally in my fight against rigged surveys and bad data with Executive Ronayne. On December 20th, multiple news agencies ran stories about a survey that was sent out on behalf of Haslam Sports Group, seeking public feedback on the Browns' potential build in Brook Park. Because his name was prominently featured in the survey, Mr. Ronayne was tapped for comment. He responded by calling the survey a push poll because he felt it pushed those surveyed towards desired outcomes. He continued, "Push polls like these are a common way to influence public opinion without providing the facts. The poll used inflated economic data, fear tactics, and persuasive language to argue for an unprecedented sum of money to be committed to a new stadium for the Cleveland Browns outside of the downtown core." To those comments, I will respond by saying this. As bad as Mr. Ronayne believes the Haslam Sports Group survey was, in comparison to every NOACA survey I have seen, it was far less leading and provided ample opportunity for the respondent to directly oppose the survey's desired outcome. Mr. Ronayne, since we are in agreement about the hazard of unfair surveys and you are in a leadership position on this board, I ask you to make a motion to pause all NOACA surveys and push polls until a fair and effective method of acquiring and weighing public feedback can be agreed upon by all of the citizens that this board is supposed to represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kalis. Sue Craigie.
Good morning. My name is Sue Krejci, and I live in Brunswick. I've been up here before. I believe this is my 5th NOACA meeting. I'm sure you're as tired of me as I am of coming here, so I'll try to keep it brief. I know we've got some new members, so just to summarize, Strongsville desperately wants an interchange on Boston Road, a hilly 2-lane residential road with an aging jet fuel pipeline underneath. The goal is for this road, which borders Brunswick and Strongsville, to serve as a truck route for Strongsville's soon-to-be-extended Fultz Industrial Parkway. A Strongsville firm studied 5 potential interchange configurations on Boston Road in 2023, and each of them resulted in a poor/failing rating at the 82 Howe Road intersection in Strongsville, which was the whole purported reason of needing this interchange. This is the same result as doing nothing, by the way. Brunswick told Strongsville no to an interchange, so Strongsville did an end run around NOACA and had their representative Tom Patton make an interchange by formula law that applies only to this one area in the entire state. And as a reward for their bad behavior, the study that they couldn't get off the ground was then fast-tracked and green-lighted. It went from a non-starter to the front of the line when NOACA authorized a nearly $1 million study in September in the hopes that would expedite the law's repeal. But that didn't happen. Despite bipartisan support and testimony from Ms. Gallucci, Representative Patton was able to keep it from being brought to the House floor for a vote last month, effectively killing it. Now we are back at square one, and who knows how many years a repeal will take to get through. Representative Patton has actually said the law should not be repealed until the study is done in 2 years. Seems like a stacked deck and a predetermined outcome to me. Strongsville said during testimony that the law was necessary to force a study, so you gave them a $1 million study. And then they said, thanks, but now we want both the study and the law, and that is why you cannot negotiate with terrorists. Strongsville in December stated they are beginning construction on the Fultz Industrial Parkway extension, which is supposedly a cul-de-sac, but it's interesting that they are extending the water line all the way to Boston Road. Kind of tells you they plan on using that law regardless of what the study says, doesn't it? Moving the goalposts after their demands were met just confirms that Strongsville has not been operating in good faith as you were when you authorized the study. So it's time to stop rewarding and encouraging bad behavior. These kinds of shenanigans are the antithesis of regional collaboration, which is the mission of this organization, and also sets a terrible precedent for any community you dare to tell no. If this interchange happens, it will potentially displace 90 families out of their homes. Those that remain will go from living on a 2-lane road to potentially 6 lanes, decimating property values and quality of life, all without remedying Strongsville's traffic issues. You passed a resolution supporting the repeal of this law in December of 2023. We plead with you to stand up for us again, a city that seemingly has no rights. Strongsville's playing games, spitting in the face of regional collaborations, and they get $1 million for it? This is wrong. You're supposed to stand up for communities getting bullied by their neighbors like this. It's time now to take back your power and your money. Please cancel the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craigie. Eileen Craigie.
Good morning. Eileen Krejci. I'm also from Brunswick. Oh, thank you. I am here to ask that NOACA cancel the new $960,000 study that you granted in September to Strongsville. At the House opposition testimony last year, Mayor Persiak of Strongsville said he would not support the repeal of the law for the new interchange at Boston Road, as it needed to get he needed it to get the new study from Strongsville from NOACA. NOACA did get the process going right away to give Mayor Persiak the study, but now he is still unwilling to support the repeal of the law for the new interchange. Since the new study results will not be known for two years, will Strongsville feel that if they don't like the results of that study, they can always get the interchange built on Boston Road, since there is a valid law that mandates it is to be built there? Oh, no. Thank you. Does this mean that the impacted residents of Brunswick and Strongsville will have to continue living with this horrible law hanging over our heads every day until such time as this law will be repealed, which may not be for another 2 years? Strongsville should not be rewarded with this study until the law is repealed. I ask you, cancel the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krejci. Nancy Fragnoski?
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning. Can you hear me good? Okay. My name is Nancy Fragnowski, and I've been a resident of Brunswick for 44 years. I strongly oppose the proposed interchange at I-71 and Boston Road, and have worked for the last year and 8 months to repeal the law requiring interchanges to be constructed along interstates meeting arbitrary specifications, a law proposed by then House Representative Tom Patton to specifically target Boston Road. I'm angry by many aspects of this action, how it affects those who live close to this location and will lose their family homes, those who have an interchange and feeder roads in their backyard, and how it will negatively affect the city of Brunswick in so many ways. I'm angry because rather than following the process and correct protocol of NOACA and ODOT, language was inserted into the transportation budget at the last minute before its passage, and now we have this law in place that conflicts with NOACA's procedures. The tried and true process was circumvented, bypassed, and basically ignored. The mayor of Strongsville said this law was required because Strongsville wanted a study to help with their excessive traffic problems for safety reasons. In good faith, NOACA designated funds to conduct a study and begin the process of determining how to best help the city of Strongsville with their traffic issues. But now, not only am I angry, but I'm also feeling frustrated and betrayed. Senate Bill Amendment 155 was not even on the House of Representatives agenda in their last sessions of 2024. Even though it had been passed by the Senate and House Committee. Why not? Because the same representative who slipped this into the transportation budget, the same representative who thought he could beat NOACA and ODOT's system, managed to arrange for our bill to be killed. Therefore, I respectfully ask you to cancel your authorized study for the traffic congestion in the Route 82 and I-71 area. The law put in place attempted to diminish NOACA and ODOT's roles and responsibilities in determining the location of highway interchanges. That should not be rewarded with this law, without this law being repealed. There has been enough blatant doing what it takes to get our way by those who believe an interchange at Boston Road and I-71 is the solution to the problem the city of Strongsville has created and continues to do so. As the intermediary for interregional collaboration, please see fit to cancel the study until everyone can play nice and work together rather than supporting the one city who has chosen over and over again to inflict their will upon their neighbor. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Fragnoski. Nicholas Hayner?
Morning. My name is Nick Hannick. I'm the president of Brunswick City Council and the vice mayor of the city of Brunswick. I wish I didn't have to come here and talk to you all. First off, I want to agree with and let everyone know that the residents that we're standing up for and working for, everything they said is accurate and true, and we're fighting for them every day. And I wish that none of you find yourselves in the same situation that I do every day, where residents will lose their homes and they get to sit through government presentations about why that's a good thing on a consistent basis. The bottom line is this. I'm not going to reiterate the points here. A law was put in place to game NOACA. A law was put in place to run an industrial park traffic through my city, wiping out homes, wrecking our budget, and destroying my community. That's what happened. I know that because I've been in the conversations with the state at different levels. Because when I went to the Ohio Senate, City of Strongsville sent their economic development director to talk about why this law was necessary to stay in place. They didn't send a transportation planner, they sent the economic development director. That's who's in the meetings, and that's what they're looking to do. We know that. Those are facts. And what the problem we have now is, you have a result mandated in the law. It says you must put an interchange in Drake or Boston Road in either Cuyahoga or Medina County. As you heard, Boston Road has been studied. I think this is the 25th, but I trust my residents more. She said this will be the 24th study of Boston Road as a viable interchange. I assure you the result will be the same. It will not be viable there. It is a bad idea. It will continue to be a bad idea. But what will happen, just as happened with the 2017 study and the 2023 study, the city of Strongsville and others will present these data as viable for an option that does not exist. And they will try to game it and say, but look, there's a law that says it's okay. The integrity of the study is lost when the result is mandated. So I could ask you right now to say, for this study, could you do a few things? One, could you eliminate Boston Road from the study entirely? I mean, we studied it 23 times. And some of you are going, well, that wouldn't be a fair study. It wouldn't be the integrity of the study. Well, why does it have integrity of the study when the result is mandated? There's a law that says this is the conclusion. Why are we doing this? So I ask you to either, one, you can eliminate Boston Road entirely, eliminate any Boston interchange in Medina County as part of the study. Two, make it contingent upon the repeal of 550160 in the Ohio Revised Code that mandates it, or scrap the study entirely. Because otherwise, I know what, I'll be here in as soon as the results come in, I'll be back in a few years, and we'll be talking about why the data that we know says one thing doesn't say what it says. Just to be clear, one last comment, the 2023 study conducted by the city of Strongsville, which misused funds allocated to it by the state legislature, would slow down I-71. And that's what they're pushing for. They're trying to displace the regional economy to Southwest Cuyahoga County at the same time hurting all the commuters. And that's what's happening here. So I think I've spoke 40 times in this, and this is maybe the 41st, I don't know. But I don't want to sugarcoat it anymore. I ask you to take action to not reward the bad behavior here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Anik. Mary Vance.
Good morning. My name is Mary Vance, and I'm a resident of Brunswick, and we're probably starting to sound like a broken record. So for the sake of time, I will be very brief. We are respectfully requesting that the Board of Directors of NOACA cancel the proposed study. I will not repeat the data. I think our other residents, our local officials, and previously you folks from NOACA have very clearly and articulately stated why this is important. So for the sake of time, we do appreciate the time and the effort of everybody involved. We don't want you to think that we treat this lightly. We don't want to take up your entire morning. So we will make this as brief as possible, but it is clear that this is extremely important to us. As stated in other meetings, if it can happen in our general area, it can happen anywhere else. And not only in Ohio, I have family who live in New York, I have family who live in Florida. They have heard about this. So this is not an isolated incident of a dozen or so disgruntled Brunswick residents. This is extremely important on principle. So we are asking you again today to not allow another study to go through with all the discussion regarding finances and using money for important issues and really scrutinizing what we're all doing, which is a very good thing. Then we're asking respectfully, you cancel this study. As stated before, we do not want to reward bad behavior. And that's exactly what is happening. So we appreciate you taking the time. It's clear how this is impacting the communities. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Vance. Sue Mazzola.
Good morning. My name is Sue Mazzola. I would first like to thank you for your support with our amended Senate Bill 155 and House Bill 276. As a resident that would lose their home, I cannot express my appreciation enough for all you have done. April of 2022, Strongsville was granted $100,000 federal funding to do a traffic study to look at various areas. They opted to add $219,000 to the study, making it a feasibility study looking at Boston Road only. The federal funding was not used accordingly. In September 2022, the mayor stated in a council that NOACA was an obstacle in getting this interchange pushed through. Then provision 5501.60 was inserted in House Bill 23, describing an interchange requirement that only Boston Road meets. This overrode NOACA, the obstacle. This position was put in before the study was even done. In June 2023, the study was complete. ODOT sent a letter stating it did not show an obvious solution to the congestion or safety. The mayor told us, take our signs down. It was over. In September of 2023, Council President Carbone presented a 2017 study to clear the confusion and misinformation regarding NOACA. We have testified before both House and Senate committees. At the third meeting of both Senate and House, the Strongsville mayor came in as an opponent to the bills. He lied and said it wasn't a feasibility study. He lied about ever considering connecting Fultz to Boston, though it was advertised on their own site. The lies continued before the Senate committee with Brent Painter, the Economic Development Director of Strongsville. The mayor cried for a new study, and it was granted as an amendment for Senate Bill 155, which passed through both committees. In December, we thought we finally are going to end this nightmare, only to have Senator Patton call in a favor to House Speaker Stevens. He didn't want our bill on the floor until after the study was done. When told the study could be pulled, Patton's reply was he wants a federal study. Apparently, he doesn't realize NOACA is federal. And again, to undermine NOACA, he said they better give back the money to ODOT. He doesn't know why NOACA won't help them, which he gave them a study. It was suggested putting a new bill in transportation budget. It came as no surprise that Senator Patton is chair of the Transportation Committee. I am asking you that you cancel the study, hold them responsible for any charges incurred so far with what's been paid. This is twice they have misused federal funds. Make them responsible for their unethical, unprofessional behavior. I don't believe they actually want the study. They are determined with their 40-acre expansion to Fultz to get Boston. I've been to every Strongsville meeting since April of 2023. I am a Brunswick resident going to their meetings. I have been screamed at, ignored, and have been subjected to their endless admiration of themselves. Please make them accountable for their actions. If they get away with this, it sets a dangerous precedence for other politicians or cities to do the same. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Mazzola. Sherry Ham.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Ham, and I've resided in Strongsville for over 25 years. I'm here today to thank you for all your support and to request that you put a hold on the study that you granted to the city of Strongsville. These people have at no time taken a moment to speak with any of the people involved, including their own constituents. We, being the people who most definitely will lose our homes, were never approached by the person that snuck this paragraph into the transportation bill, our mayor, or our ward representative. This was all done in a sneaky fashion that they find nothing wrong with doing to the citizens of their community. Just like they are now saying that until the study is completed, which was stated to take possibly 2 years, they won't remove the paragraph. These are the words that have had our lives in limbo and will continue to do so until they're removed. The same words that have caused extreme stress and health issues, including many sleepless nights, the same words that were thrown out of the Senate, and yet there they pop up the following month in the transportation bill, the same words that pertain to only one area in the entire state, the same words that were never discussed with neighboring cities that would be heavily burdened by such an event taking place, and the same words that the members of the state committees had no idea what they would mean to our nice residential neighborhood. I know that you all understand this, as was shown in your unanimous vote to support Senate Bill 155. I know that you are trying to appease the ones that claim you are against them by giving them yet another very costly study to add to the other 20-some that have already been done. The state of Ohio taxpayers shouldn't have to fork out hard-earned money because a few people want to make it their legacy that they were able to get this done after 50 years of so many others trying to do so unsuccessfully. Just how many studies and millions of dollars is it going to take for them to accept the fact that it is not only will not help their over-commercialization, but will make even more problems? In closing, I have to say that I am embarrassed by my city and the officials that run it. Their behavior and lies are unacceptable in my eyes. I am again asking that you show them that not following proper protocol and putting all these obstacles in the way will not get them their way. Please continue to help us fight for our homes and ethical government by canceling or postponing the study until these words are taken out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ham. Sheila Baldwin.
Morning. My name is Sheila Baldwin. I don't live in Brunswick. I live in Montville Township. But I have followed what has gone on here for the last over a year and a half, and I support all these people who are living this nightmare. I'm asking you, please, do not let the study go through. Bad behavior, like they say, should not be rewarded. I'm not going to go over everything I've seen the last year and a half, but I have found government is shocking how dirty it can be. And please, help these people and help the people in the state of Ohio. This can happen anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. Larry Stevenson.
TV's a little low. Good morning. I'm Larry Stevenson. I'm the president and CEO of the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway. I'm pleased to be here this morning to comment on the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad extension from Rockside into downtown Cleveland that you all are going to review this afternoon, this morning. For those who may not know, I'm relatively new both to the CVSR and also to Northeast Ohio. I came here because of the unique role that the CVSR plays in this region. You know, it's very unique partnership with the national park. Also because of its deep connection to the community. But also importantly, what drew me here was the incredible opportunity and the potential that this project that you're going to review today represents. It holds to positively impact both the railroad and the wider community, but it's also going to save an asset that I think is extremely valuable. And we've seen this time and time again through North America where we're losing these railroads. And I think if this one gets left, it's also going to disappear. Currently, the CVSR offers an affordable, environmental friendly service that helps people experience and explore our national park, which is truly a gem. However, our current tracks stop at Rockside. And as a result, that limits access for many in our communities who could benefit from what the park has to offer. Extending that line further into Cleveland will open up new possibilities for connecting those people to this amazing asset. It will present amazing economic opportunities as well as deal with social equity issues. For us, this extension isn't just about expanding our service. Our organization is deeply entrenched in our communities that we operate in. It's about enhancing our ability to work with community partners to create new educational opportunities for youth, which we do today, strengthening our impact on local social initiatives, and assisting other community groups who we work with across the spectrum to provide them access to our services. At its core, and it was interesting in the remarks from the outgoing chair when he talked about connecting people, at its core, a railroad's true value lies in its ability to connect people, places, things. This project is a perfect example of how we can build those things, how we can build those connections, bring new opportunities to the entire region. And while there's a lot of work to be done, it's definitely worth doing for today, for tomorrow, and I think most importantly for the future generations that will be here when we're all gone. We're very excited to see it become a reality, and we'll be here afterwards while they do the presentation. And thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you, Larry. Lisa Pettit. Excuse me, Superintendent Pettit. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. I am Lisa Pettit, Superintendent of Cuyahoga Valley National Park, your national park, just south of here. And you've already heard from our partner organization, Larry, with the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad. I'm here in support of connecting your national park to downtown Cleveland via the Scenic Railroad. This is the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Cuyahoga Valley as a unit of the National Park Service. And in those 50 years, we have become one of the most visited national parks in the country. This opportunity to connect the national park to downtown Cleveland is the fulfillment of the vision and indeed the mission of this national park at its founding. We were established as a national park to the people. We haven't quite reached all the people. We stop at Rockside Road. This would allow us to provide access, transportation access to the residents and visitors to Cleveland and the greater Cleveland area, Northeast Ohio, to the benefits of a national park area, 50 square miles of national park, bring those values to the residents for their health, their wellness, environmental values, and economic vitality of Northeast Ohio. So thank you for hearing and reviewing the study of this opportunity. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Superintendent Pettit. Thanks for all you do for the national park. There's one other person, Councilman Joe Del Santer. Did you wish to speak? If it's okay, Grace and I spoke in council, sorry with you. We walked past the sign-in sheet together, and I know you wanted to speak today. Do you want to speak now or no? Come on. Okay with the board? Thank you.
When does a politician ever turn on an opportunity to speak?
Well, it was my fault because we were talking while you walked past the sign-in sheet. So.
That's fine. I enjoyed it was good to meet you personally. I'm Joe Del Santer. I'm a councilman at large for the city of Brunswick, probably the longest serving member of the city of Brunswick's council, chairman of planning and zoning for nearly that entire time. So I kind of know what I'm talking about here. I'm also one of the residents along the corridor in question at the Boston I-71 junction. Let's just start with what I started with last time I was here to speak with you. You don't matter anymore. Columbus has got this. Legislators, like all of us, but without the technical background and knowledge, without the in-depth studies to justify creating laws that disrupt, displace, and can in the future have catastrophic outcomes for some of the stakeholders. The problem is we're Medina County, a couple 100,000 people. Not much of a chink in the over 2.5 million, 2.3 million. And guys, don't get me wrong. I'm a Collinwood-born guy, raised in South Euclid. I married a West Side girl. They don't go east, so Brunswick turned out. I moved my trucking business down to Richfield. It used to be where the post office is. I've got a perspective, and I've seen growth. And in over the 20 years and almost 33 years that I've lived in Brunswick, we are one of the fastest growing communities in Northeast Ohio, and an anomaly for a county like Medina. That means that we have unique growth issues. That's true. But when you put in legislation a mandate that was constructed using scientific methods no more precise than taking a dart and throwing it at a wall and picking an interchange, that by its own topography and by its general demographics cannot and does not deserve the ripping out of its quality of life. Do you have any idea what the road looks like? What Boston Road looks like? If you haven't, take a drive. It might be tough for you, some of you East Siders, you got to cross the river. But the fact of the matter is, the road itself incorporates undulating terrain, including a 17% grade hill. Now, I ran a trucking business for 50 years, and I can tell you, and I lived on 303 where there's a 17% grade hill, and I can tell you in the winter, sometimes the trucks don't make it, and that is not a good thing. And all for the extension of a few thousand feet of industrial park. And here's the other part of this, and Grace knows this. I've often said that Drake Road, which is north of Boston, would be the more logical solution. There's reasons why. First of all, displacement of infrastructure is so minimal at that location. You don't have to buy out millions of dollars worth of private homes. You don't have to move a pipeline that's been there since before there were homes there. And you don't have to contend with the terrain that would cause so much cost, plus the bridge rebuilding over I-71 to accommodate commercial traffic. None of that has to happen. The terrain is level on Drake Road, and it terminates at Fultz Industrial Parkway. Problem solved. Problem solved. But you don't matter anymore. You're a cashier. The state's got this. One state representative, one mayor, and I'm not going to accuse anyone else in this room, but the fact of the matter is, without really having no substantive evidence of why they chose or want to incorporate the county border, went ahead with this, and you keep blocking efforts for the legitimate study that should have been taking place way ahead of any of this action, and making me get up in the morning and drive downtown and pay for parking.
Councilman, thank you.
I really appreciate your time. Thank you all.
Appreciate you, and to all those who commented today, thanks for making the trip up, and thank you again. That concludes our public comment period, and we will go to, I guess, the president's report, which I've spoken already, but just want to say to the NOACA team and board members, take a look at these if you get a chance. The 2025 Board Resource Guide, good stuff, a lot of information here. Thanks for the work on that. That's all I have. Now it's Director Gallucci's report.
Good morning and Happy New Year. We have a lot to be grateful for. We have clear roads and our buses and our trains are running on time. So we have a good start to the year relative to transportation. While he's getting the computer ready, I did want to take a minute to thank President Brandon, or former immediate past President Brandon, for all of his work last year. It was a pleasure to work with you. And it was always wonderful to have a positive voice on the end of the other line. There was a lot of leadership and camaraderie, and I'm very thankful for the time that you spent with me. Thank you for your guidance. And welcome to Chris Ronayne as our new president. We have worked together for many, many years. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to, not that this takes away from any other president that we've had, but looking forward to working with a professional planner in this role.
Don't hold it against
With the executive director's report, I am shortening this. The news clips now will be in the board packet, so you may have noticed that. So we will not review them at the meeting to save a little bit of time, but we will highlight a few things that might be of significance. For example, one of the things that is very clear as a priority for us was this downtown Memorial Bike Loop plan, and it was referenced and described in clevelandscene.org. Legislative and funding issues. We have a Passenger Rail Day of Advocacy on March 5th at the Ohio State House. If anyone would like to join us as we go, please let me know.
birthday.
Whose birthday?
It's Ohio's birthday.
Was it Ohio's birthday that day? House Bill 257 has passed. It is now law to allow virtual meetings for some governmental agencies. So the bill was passed in the 135th General Assembly and signed by the governor. We must adopt a formal policy if we wish to use this authority. So OARC, our Ohio Association of Regional Councils, is developing a template for interested MPOs, and we will put this on the governance committee agenda. A few grants that were received by the region, very significant grants, nearly $4 million to the city of Cleveland from the charging and fueling infrastructure. $69+ million to the city of Cleveland through Reconnecting Communities. $26.2 million to the Ohio Rail Development Commission for a grade separation project in North Ridgeville, and $484,000 to Lorain Regional Airport for modernization. So those are federal IIJA dollars working for the region. NOACA legislative meet and greet will be held next or before the next board meeting at 8 a.m. With the new administration, there was an executive order that was signed called Unleashing American Energy. This may impact NOACA, although we're not quite sure yet how, but it does mandate a 90-day freeze on certain IIJA and IRA disbursements. NOACA is monitoring this very closely through our trade associations and our other MPOs across the country. We're particularly looking for clarification on the scope of the funding freeze. It may cause some delays for capital projects, and it may impact discretionary funding opportunities that are upcoming. But I do want to make clear that NOACA does maintain a reserve. We have well above sufficient funds to continue for 90 days in our operations should that be impacted in any way. So we're not sure what's impacted, but if we are impacted in terms of covering the scope of that executive order, we will be able to withstand the 90 days of operating expenses until that, that research is done by the White House. Overall work program, this is bad news. On January 16th, the US EPA reclassified our 7-county region, which includes NOACA region, our 5 counties plus Portage and Summit, to serious non-attainment for the National Air Quality Standards for ozone. So This means that the work of NOACA is even more important now than it was in the past. We have next board meeting, March 14th. And at this point, we're going to move on to our awards ceremony for the Commuter Choice Awards. What is the Commuter Choice Awards? They're a friendly competition among Northeast Ohio employers to encourage alternative commuting options. We recognize organizations that are practicing and promoting environmentally friendly, healthy, and clean transportation options. Reduce overall greenhouse gas emissions, footprint in the region, and all counties, and all companies in the counties, regardless of size, can participate and qualify. We have several partners, in addition to NOACA, working very hard on the Commuter Choice Awards program. Our partners are RTA, Lake Trent, Cuyahoga County, and by Cleveland. Some of the results of the Clean Air Challenge are in front of you. Highlighted are 3,125 trips that were logged, and $11,000 commuters saved, and 23,267 alternative miles logged, and 9 tons of CO2 offset. And you'll see to the right, there are statistics for the Ohio Commute Program, of which we view the Clean Air Challenge as a part of that program that we offer. With that, I'm going to turn it over now to Kate Menning, who is our Community Affairs Coordinator. And Kate will announce the winners, and we'll turn it over to Kate.
Thank you, Executive Director. Welcome, our new board chair and all of our board members today. I am here to announce the 2024 Commuter Choice Award winners. As Grace has mentioned, this program has been around for quite some time. I believe this is its 11th year. So without further ado, we are going to start with our 2024 Bronze Award winners. Our first Bronze Award winner in the large nonprofit category is Case Western Reserve University. Case Western Reserve is our first and largest, our large nonprofit organization being recognized today. They participate, some of the highlights of their program include participating in a van pool program called Safe Ride. They offer incentives to their employees who live near their work site, and they currently have 27 EV charging stations on their property. Today, accepting their award on behalf of Case Western Reserve University is Sean Weingart, Director of Parking and Transportation, and Matt Schwartner, who is their fleet manager.
Congratulations. Close up.
Our second bronze winner today in the government category is the Cleveland Public Library. They are getting a government recognition this year. Some of their highlights include they currently are installing bike fix-it stations on sites on their property sites. Over 1/3 of their branches currently have them. They offer flexible work schedules for certain positions, and they advocate for bus lines and bus stops that are created near their locations if one does not exist. Accepting today's Cleveland Public Library Bronze Award is Forrest Likens, Regional Director, Lynn Sargi, Chief Talent Officer, and Marina Marquez, Community Engagement and Sustainability Manager.
Rest to the Cleveland Public Library.
Thank you. Our third bronze award winner today in the business category is Northwater Productions. Their winning highlights include that they endorse the West 29th Street Open Street Initiative to promote walkability and pedestrian access. They have an EV charging station on the site of their property, and they participate in Bike to Work days. Unfortunately, Paul Vogelsang, their executive producer, had to leave, so we will be accepting that on his behalf and make sure that their organization receives that award.
We know where to find him. He's, yep.
Yeah. Now we're going to move on to our silver award winner. Our silver award winner this year is University Circle, Inc. Their winning highlights include participating in a pre-tax transit pass purchasing program. They have been awarded a bike-friendly business, or BFB, by the League for American Bicyclists, and they provide fleets of bikes for employees to use for off-site meetings and to attend events. On behalf of University Circle, we have Elise Yablonsky, Chief Placement Management Officer, and Sherry Bandy, Chief of Staff for University Circle, Inc. And finally, our Gold Award winner. This year, our Gold Award winner goes to Ohio City Bicycle Co-op. They are a small nonprofit recognition Gold Award winner. Some of their highlights include allowing telecommuting and flexible work schedules. They have secured on-site bike storage with Fix-It stations. And each employee is eligible to receive $5 per workday if they bike to and from work. Today, on behalf of Ohio City Bicycle Co-op, Al Barron, Director of Mechanical Operations, will be accepting their award.
Al biked to the event today. So I gotta tell you that, so. Well, congratulations to Case Western Reserve, Cleveland Public Library, Northwater Productions, University Circle, Inc., and Ohio City Bike Co-op for rising to the commuter challenge. I just wanted to say, I asked Al, there's a gentleman by the name of Jim Sheehan who was the founder of Ohio City Bike Co-op. He is with us alive and well today, but was hit on a bicycle this year, leading a bike coalition out by Shaker Square. And we're just thinking of Jim. According to Al, he's doing okay, but it underscores the need to be mindful of our multi-modes and all that are on the road. So thanks to all the challengers for rising to the challenge and for winning. So we're going to keep running. Okay. Welcoming an alternate. Go ahead. Okay. Bob Markovich. Yep. Oh, I see. Okay. We need one of you, not both of you at the table. That's a fair rule. Bob, okay. I'm going to let Brenda do the difficult work.
Yes, Mayor Corcoran and his alternate Bob Markovich, you both can't sit at the table, so, yeah.
You had me fooled. I'm new guy here. All right. But again, congrats to the Commuter Choice Awards. And also, Grace, thanks for the reports. Grace and I met, we talked, we're going to try to keep our meetings tight, but there's always a lot of good business to report on here. But that's our New Year's resolution for 25 is keep the meetings moving and pared down. We have now the important resolutions before you. This is resolution 2025-001, first of the year. It's a resolution of appreciation to Trustee Jeff Brandon for his service as our outgoing president. Jeff, I think we've something to present to you. And I'm going to ask, while this is coming up on Resolution 2025-001, can I have a motion to approve?
Mr. President. So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner. A second?
Second.
John, thank you. Any discussion? I don't know. We might have to discuss this for a bit. Huh? No, all good? All right, all in favor?
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait. We do have
Sorry.
discussion.
I-
We have discussion, excuse me.
It won't be long, but
Aaron.
I did want to just commend trustee Brandon because it was actually my role that got a little bit tricky that caused him to step into it. He was very much up to the challenge, was a great representative of Medina County. I just want to make sure that was on the record. So thanks for your service, Jeff.
Thank you, Aaron. Others? I'll just pile on. It's been great working with you and you're still stuck with us. So we're going to continue on with you. Thanks, Jeff.
And same with me, one more time. Thank you very much.
I think you have to.
Working with you, and we're glad you're going to stick around.
All right. Moving on, or do we take a picture?
Oh, yeah. No, I get it.
We'll have to call on the table.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Resolution 2025-002. This is appreciation to James R. Gills. He's been with us a while. And I guess he's moving on. So Jim, thank you. Can I have a motion to approve Resolution 25-002? All right. Commissioner Regovich? Second. Thank you, Mary. Any discussion? Is Jim here? Jim's not here. Right, he's off skiing. All right. Well, we'll wish him well wherever he is and thank him for his service. Yeah, we didn't tell you Robert's rules was rusty. We need a vote on Jeff Brandon, apparently. I don't know, Jeff. All in favor? On the resolution? Thank you. Same with 002, Jim Gills. After discussion, any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved. All right. We're on to Resolution 25-003. This is appreciation to Commissioner John Hamercheck, a two-time president of this board. Commissioner Hamercheck, I did see today. So could I have a motion to approve 25-003? Thank you, Mayor Brennan. Second? Thank you, Commissioner Regovich. Any discussion? We do. Annette, Mayor Blackwell.
Congratulations, Mr. Hamercheck. I got to know you later after spending some time on the board, but you've been a great supporter, encourager, and I'm very appreciative for all that you've done for me. Congratulations.
Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just briefly add my appreciation to the commissioner. Gotten to know him well on this board, and he led all of us through a lot, good and bad and challenging. So I wanted to, that is not an easy job, and I wanted to recognize and thank him for that.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? Well, I want to give the mic to Commissioner Hamercheck very quickly because you deserve it. 2 years and 2 terms at this.
Oh, bless you, sir. Thank you. I do appreciate the recognition and the kind words. It has been an honor to work with you folks. If I could just leave you with a couple of thoughts. Harmony. That is the strength and support of all institutions. Find ways to work together. You will be stronger doing that. As Executive Ronayne pointed out, seeking outside funds, it's all the people's money. It's the right thing to do. There are seemingly endless projects and finite resources. You can do great things working together. Thank you all. Thank you, Executive Ronayne.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And if it's okay, I would like to take the liberty to thank our two-time president. It was a pleasure to work with you, Commissioner Hamercheck. And again, thank you for your guidance, your leadership, and your positive attitude on all matters NOACA.
And one more time, need to vote on the motion. All in favor? Aye. All right. Resolution 2025-004, appreciation to Timothy C. Lennon. Can I have a motion? And a second? Thank you. Skip. Any discussion? Any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion's approved. Is I'm here? All right, Shane. Thank you, Shane, for doing that. And you need to make any remarks for him? We're good. All right. Moving right along, but thank you to Tim Lennon. Resolution 2025-005. This is appreciation to Council President Dale Miller, Cuyahoga County President Dale Miller. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Mary. And Mayor Bopst, the second. Any discussion? I'll just say, I don't know if Council President Miller is here. Is he here? Thank you, Council President. Just, he takes on a big new job. He went from councilman to council president over the first of the year and has given over his vote to Michael Hauser, who's going to join us. But thank you for the great work you've done, especially the work you've done on sustainability here at NOACA. Come on up. And the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion approved.
So to my colleagues, the director and the staff, thank you very much for this tremendous opportunity to serve on NOACA. We've made progress together on many things. I particularly commend NOACA for the progress made on the climate action planning and encourage you to continue to pursue it in ways that recognize the seriousness of the problem and also work with all the counties and recognize individual differences in emphasis and approach. I just want to say on behalf of my successor, Michael Hauser, that he had a long planned vacation. Otherwise, he would have been here, but he is going to be an awesome NOACA member, and I'm sure you're going to look forward to getting to know him and working with him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Council President. Again, thank you to all who've served us here at NOACA. You're always with us out here in the region, so we appreciate your service. And we will move on to Governance Committee matters. Before us is Resolution 2025-006. And this is going to be introduced by Grace and Liz.
Yes, good morning again. This resolution is to approve the 2025 roster, which seats the members of NOACA's board, committees, subcommittees, and councils. And I'm going to turn it over to Liz to go through the detail of the action.
Thank you, Grace. And I appreciate all your patience. I'm Liz Barlick, Associate Director of Executive Affairs. This was my first go around with this process, and it is quite the process. So I appreciate all your patience that I didn't have the election presentation in the right spot, and that I'm sure you and your staff received many calls and emails from me and my team. So I just want to start with that. But this action is to request that the Board of Directors adopt the following resolution. And I already have a typo. Resolution 2025-006, which seats the members of NOACA's board, committees, subcommittees, and councils for calendar year 2025. And this is done every year at the January meeting. It's part of NOACA's Code of Regulations that the committee and subcommittee members are appointed by the president with the approval of the board at the first board meeting in January. So Grace and President Ronayne and their respective staffs work together to confirm with you all your seats, to onboard new members, to make sure the committees are full as the code requires. So here is an org chart of all of NOACA's committees, subcommittees, and advisory councils, all reporting to the executive committee and the board of directors. I'll try and make this quick. So for the executive committee, the purpose is to largely approve board agendas and advise the board of directors and the executive director. The members are the officers identified in the Code of Regulations with the goal of reflecting one member from each of the 5 counties and the city of Cleveland. Reports directly to the board of directors and is chaired by the board president. So as you voted on at the beginning of this meeting, here is the executive committee for 2025, also in your packets. Also, and I should have mentioned this before, also at your seats was an addendum to the roster for any changes received between when the membership list went out on Friday and last night, I think was our last update. And then all board members, committee, subcommittee, and advisory councils assignments. External Affairs Committee is another of our standing committees. This purpose of this committee is to assist the agency with relationships and engagement with government entities, elected officials, media, stakeholders, and the general public. And one of the primary roles is to guide development of our legislative agendas, federal and state. There is to be a minimum of 7 members and additional members appointed based on expertise. Our business, community, rural, and emerging leaders advisory council all report directly to External Affairs Committee, and so their chairs sit on this committee as ex officio members, which is true for all of our committees that have reporting subcommittees. Here is the 2025 members. I won't go through all these. Very robust committee. Our Finance and Audit Committee. The purpose is to review and evaluate the agency's accounting and financial controls, review our annual budget and our overall work plan, make recommendations regarding capital project funding, and provide general financial oversight. The requirement is a minimum of 7 members based on expertise. Here are the members for the 2025 Finance and Audit Committee. The chair of the Finance and Audit Committee also serves as an assistant treasurer for the board officers. Governance Committee, their main role is nominating board officers for the upcoming year and conducting the election, also implementing orientation programming, managing any conflicts of interest, and reviewing and recommending revisions to the NOACA Code of Regulations. Once again, a minimum of 7 members, with 1 member from each of the 5 counties and the city of Cleveland, and additional members based on expertise, and is chaired by the immediate past president. So here's 2025 Governance Committee. Planning and Programming Committee makes recommendations regarding transportation, water quality, and air quality projects. All of those subcommittees report to the Planning and Programming Committee. Membership is at least 22 members, again, based on expertise, and then proportionality to reflect the geographic diversity of board membership. Here is the 2025 Planning and Programming Committee. And again, the subcommittee chairs for the transportation, air quality, and water quality subcommittees sit on this committee as ex officio members. The Policy Committee purpose is to provide technical advice and recommendations regarding comprehensive policy and long-range planning members. Membership must be at least 22 members as outlined in the code, again, based on expertise and geographic proportionality. And the Equity and Economic Development subcommittees report to the Policy Committee with their chairs on the committee as ex officio members. Here's the 2025 membership for Policy Committee. Again, here's a list of our subcommittees and councils. And once again, the action is to approve Resolution 2025-06, which establishes the members of NOACA's board, committees, subcommittees, and councils for calendar year 2025.
Okay. You've seen the committees, and just want to take this now to a motion, and if I could have one for 2025-006 calendar year 25 committees, subcommittees, and membership. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Mr. Dever. A second? Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Any discussion? Please, Shane.
On the Planning and Programming Subcommittee, I would like to propose an amendment to the Geauga County representatives.
Sure.
The original arrangement that was put out last Friday included Commissioner Spitaleri as the member and myself as extra member as the Transportation Subcommittee Chair. And that wasn't aware, the commissioners were not aware of that dual seat. So they opted to replace Commissioner Spitaleri with Commissioner Brakey, who I'm her alternate. But since I sit on the Transportation Subcommittee and would be on Planning and Programming, they asked that we leave Commissioner Spitaleri on that subcommittee, if that amendment is acceptable.
Any issues with the amendment?
No, just making sure that we'll understand it, but we'll connect later if there's any confusion.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Please, Mary.
Just more, I guess, not a suggestion, but a plea for the people who don't have, if you've got a TBD in there for an alternate, please work with NOACA to have an alternate, because I know on some of the subcommittees, we've really struggled with quorum. And so if there's no alternate named, we run into those issues. So if you still have a TBD in your assignments, please work with NOACA to get those filled.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I just added, especially for our community advisory committees, if you have persons that you think you could enter into the pipeline this year that we can pick up next year, let us know. Just if you review those committees, we have a lot of outside expertise that can come in and help with the organization. So let us know if you've got names. Anything else, Chris?
I just want to thank Liz again. This was her first time doing the board roster, and it's a heavy lift. And so thank you very much. You did a terrific job. And to thank Marilyn Laban, who otherwise goes as the board liaison. You hear from her often. And she also did a lot of work on putting this together, which is a difficult task.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second, and we have an amendment which we can incorporate into the language. So with that amendment, motion and second is on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion pass. Yeah, I think we're going to go to a series of presentations, I-71 corridor, Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway, strategic plan, and NOACA 101. Go ahead, Grace.
So we'll start with the I-71. We had many speakers today during the public comment go into significant detail, so I won't go through all of that again, but want to, just ensure that you understand the issue, which is in 2023, language was added to Ohio's biennial transportation bill that would prescribe development of new interstate interchanges at certain locations based on a formula. That would then circumvent established federal, state, and MPO legal requirements and processes. It also meant that the specific formula only applied to one place in Ohio, and that would be Boston Road and I-71, and that's the border between Cuyahoga and Medina counties. NOACA board adopted a resolution opposing that interchange requirement. We testified a number of times at the House and Senate hearings in opposition. Unfortunately, it was restored to the final bill and signed into law. Subsequently, legislation was introduced to overturn the legislation. And we testified again many times between February of 23 and November of 24 to support those bills. They were sponsored by Senator Mark Romanchik and Representatives Sharon Ray and Melanie Miller. This past year, the Ohio Senate approved the bill to overturn the interchange requirement. Then on September 6th, the resolution was passed by the NOACA board to hire a consultant in the amount of $960,000 to study the traffic conditions along the sub-area corridor of I-71 and make recommendations. This was a partnership with ODOT, and the idea behind this in terms of purpose and need was to really look at the problem of congestion and develop a solution, not to focus on an interchange. Interchange was not part of the scope. The scope being looking at the congestion and determining what the solutions might be. We thought this was a good way to demonstrate leadership by NOACA and in partnership with ODOT to do our jobs and to do the study in order to be able to see what the solutions would be in an objective, data-driven way. But following NOACA's testimony on November 20th, we had assurances that the Ohio House Economic and Workforce Development Bill or Committee would approve the bill. It did. Unfortunately, it was it was not passed. It failed to achieve final passage in the closing days of the General Assembly in December. And this week it was reintroduced in the 136th General Assembly. And that is again by Senator Mark Romanchik and Representatives Sharon Ray and Melanie Miller. NOACA will continue to monitor the legislation, and we will testify again in support of overturning the prior legislation to repeal the formula-driven interchange requirement. With that, we will turn it over to the president to engage the board in discussion. And looking at it from the staff and ODOT perspective, we have assembled the study team. We have issued the contract with HDR, and we are awaiting a kickoff meeting.
Thank you, Grace. And I want to again thank the residents who were here today and are still here, who testified and gave public comment. I wanted to ask, do you have any staff that you want to join you? Because I think this is complicated and just everything you just brought forth, we need to remember the old czar of the telestrator to map this out.
Bev Bertzloff has been who is our Associate Director of Government Affairs, has been right beside me every step of the way in Columbus. And I'll ask Bev to get to the podium and see if there are any questions or any additional comments she would like to add.
Okay, so questions or comments from the board? Okay.
Bev, do you have anything to add?
No, I mean, I think that your presentation was, summarized what we've done to this point. We've presented testimony numerous times in Columbus. The most recent go-around, we thought this was going to become law at the end of December. It had passed the Ohio Senate, and it had been reported favorably, unanimously out of the Ohio House Committee with jurisdiction, the Ohio House Economic and Workforce Development Committee. We were there that day testifying. We, assured committee members that this study was going forward. They were satisfied with that, and they passed out the legislation to overturn this study. But it still needed approval on the House floor. We were told that was likely to happen at the end of the 135th General Assembly in December. It was supposed to be added as an amendment to another bill that was moving forward, but that did not happen at the end. So we were disappointed. I'm sure so we understand the disappointment of the people here talking to us today.
Thank you, Ben. Commissioner.
President, yes, thank you. And just as Commissioner of Medina County and somebody who's been involved certainly in the NOACA process and the NOACA portion of the process from the beginning, I do want to reiterate, I appreciate the work of this board, the work of the staff, and the efforts to push this forward. It was a surprise at the end of the year when it didn't move forward. It was a very big disappointment. And I'm not going to, I was chuckling as the residents of Brunswick were speaking about kind of repeating themselves, and the arguments are compelling. They've been compelling since the first time they were here. I think at least those of us who've been on the board are familiar with those. Any new board members, feel free to find me afterwards. I'll summarize them for you and spare my colleagues the boredom of hearing me say it again. But, from everything from the role of an MPO to the goal of regional collaboration to just the plain unjust process that was used to intentionally bypass those things and bypassing established protocols to come up with this in the first place. Those are all the arguments against it. I do think we're in a unique position with this study that we've previously authorized to correct a failure, frankly, from the last legislative session. I don't believe that's our role. I don't think generally our job is to provide oversight for the Ohio General Assembly. But make no mistake, if we do take that action to stop the study, we will make our position on these kinds of shenanigans very clear to our friends in Columbus, not just for NOACA's sake, but for the sake of MPOs elsewhere. And I think that's important. I think we want to make sure we don't lose sight of that. However, in spite of all of that frustration and my empathy for the impacted residents of the Boston Road Corridor, which while most of our speakers were from Brunswick, there are impacted individuals there who are residents of Strongsville too. And I have compassion for all of them and their stories. I'm very familiar with them, and it really was devastating to me to know they had to have another Christmas this year with the uncertainty that they've been living under for the last basically 2 years with all of this. So in spite of that, I don't think today is the day to advance an action on an actual repeal of the study. I've been heartened by the recent developments in the Ohio House and the Ohio Senate that Executive Director Gallucci referenced. New repeal bills are sponsored. I am going to, with some degree of risk, I guess, once again, put my faith in the Ohio legislature and hope that the new leadership that they have for this session will see this through and right this wrong. It does bring to mind, I think probably everybody in this room is thinking, it brings to mind the old saying, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. And as an organization, NOACA is squarely on the latter part of that axiom. We are definitely in fool me twice territory here. And that is not lost on me either. Therefore, the vow that I'm making to my fellow board members, everyone else here and following this meeting online, is that if we're back here in March and we're no closer to the legislative repeal than we are today, I will be moving to rescind the study. And I will use any political capital that I have in this room to ensure that we send a very clear message to the General Assembly and the governor who originally signed this bill into law, that NOACA intends to perform its rightful role in determining the need and placement of highway interchanges within the interstate system in this region. I trust that I'll have your support then, like we have throughout this process, but I just wanted to make that a very clear statement that the amount of latitude and deference that we gave in the previous go-round of this, there's no time for that anymore. It's time to act. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for your continued support, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Others, questions, comments? Director, oh, please. And yeah, the new guy here sitting your cards down.
Thank you. Paul Magavac from the City of Brunswick. As I agree with all of our residents and City Council, that goes against what is happening over there. There have been studies done at this intersection, how many times, and nothing's going to change. I do have to agree that I would support, as Commissioner over there said, to repeal for the study. The hardest part is being told what you have to do in your own city. ODOT coming telling you, this is what you're going to do. I apologize to the state of Ohio, telling you what to do in your own community, saying we want to put a interchange in and then change the dynamics to a street that's not even big enough or built correctly for the amount of traffic that could be placed down there, especially the truck traffic. So again, I'd like to thank everyone for your consideration on this very important topic of ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Others, please, John. John Gall.
Yep, John Gall, Lorraine County, an alternate to Commissioner Jeff Riddell. I agree with two speakers here. I've been on this board for 2 years as an alternate and very active, I think, and have heard many other testimonies about this. It amazes me we keep coming back because they don't have the guts to do the right thing in certain places. But you did mention that there's a kickoff meeting soon to come for this engineering group. And my recommendation is you don't hold that kickoff meeting until after the next board meeting that we have in March. And we can see how other things transpire in that meantime, okay?
Thank you, John. Down the line there, Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. I live right by downtown Cleveland, so I'm not quite on the Medina-Strongsville border. But I just, as I've said before on this board, Mr. Chairman, I want to stand in solidarity with the Medina County delegation and those residents that are with us here today. Chair, we've known over many years the harm that these type of infrastructure have done for local communities and homes. Look no further than the city of Cleveland to understand that, sir. So again, we'll support the commissioner's request on his timeline, but just want to again voice my support as a member of this group, in which we're all tasked to think about all of our communities as a collective body. But I want to voice my support, and thinking about removing 90 homes, people's homes, their livelihoods, where they've raised families for this type of infrastructure is pretty jarring. So I just wanted to voice my support.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor.
Yes, Michael Brennan, Mayor of University Heights. University Heights is in Cuyahoga County. It is a small city surrounded by larger cities. It is also part of the Heights where decades ago, our neighbor Shaker Heights fought off the Heights Highway through what is still today the Shaker Lakes. And the change in character to Shaker Heights it's astonishing to think what might have happened if the interstate had been built through there. We've listened to and heard from residents of Brunswick, from elected officials, Brunswick, including Council President Hannick. We got Commissioner Harrison here as well. I was particularly moved by Council President Hannick's suggestion that we make the study contingent upon the repeal of the revised code section regarding the this interchange, which is just for the record, that would be let's see. I had written it down, but it is the section that was sponsored that has been allowed to stay in. We thought it was going to come out in the lame duck. It didn't. There was a lot of movement in the legislature to make it happen. It ultimately didn't. I'm hopeful that they would do it, but I think this is something where a stronger position where we require that this be done, and I don't see any reason to not wait and to be prepared to go forward, but to wait until, this be done as a matter of good faith. This provision never should have been put in the revised code in the first place. It's contrary to how we do planning of infrastructure. And, it's obviously tailored to apply to one section only, to look objective on its face when clearly it's anything but. So we shouldn't countenance that sort of activity in our state legislature, and it should be remedied, and it should be required to be remedied. I hear the citizens of Brunswick. I hear the citizens of Boston Road. I think we all do. And I certainly support and empathize with where they're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brennan. Others? Questions, comments? Thank you, Director Pecuri. And Mayor, I'll come back to you. Okay.
Yeah, got you now.
Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah. As a mayor who surrounds these communities both, as their neighbors, and again, hearing all the residents and everything else, and actually supporting the repeal last year, as everyone else here did on this board. But I just want everybody to not lose sight of one thing. And hopefully the repeal, obviously, I voted for it last time, and supported it. But I do believe if I've heard our executive director correctly and everything, the study that we're trying to conduct and pay for eliminates the Boston Road interchange and it looks for other alternatives, which I think is a good thing. Because again, I think every problem, there's never one solution to every problem. And I think right now, everybody's been looking at just that one solution. And obviously hearing from a lot of people and hearing from some people from Brunswick who say, hey, we think there is another option. And I think that's what our study, at least initially, was supposed to be. It was to look at other options. Because I just want to remind everybody here on the board that if hopefully it gets repealed, and if we don't do the study, the problem is still there. And the problem is going to continue to be there. And the problem is only going to get worse, probably, because there's more development going on in that area. So I think to make sure if we do the study that we do look at the other options that are out there to see what those options may be and if there's a good way of doing it. Because my fear is that, and NOAC has always been the leader in these things, if we decide to do nothing, the law gets repealed, nothing gets done, eventually could happen is the people that are really involved in it, the areas that are involved, the cities, they decide to do something on their own. Where does that leave us then? So I just, you know, I'm on board with all that, but I just want to remind people that the study I think we're doing and that Grace described here goes beyond that interchange. It says, let's look at these other alternatives. Maybe it is Drake Road, maybe it is this, maybe it is that. And I think that's a good thing, because other than that, we're just sweeping the problem under the road. And we're sweeping it as a multi-county, which is what I thought we were supposed to do. And whether that means somehow, does that help get Brunswick, Strongsville, and everybody together? I don't know. But something needs to be done there. And hopefully we can kind of take the lead with that study to say, yeah, we've come up with other alternatives that nobody's thought of. And I just want everybody to just remember that as we move forward.
And just to be clear, all options are to be studied as part of this congestion study. So I don't want to say that the interchange is not
Okay.
on the table. It is on the table, but it isn't a specific outcome, or it isn't a specific task to look at that. All options, really solutions to the problem, which could be many, many, many things.
Thank you, Director Picuri.
The Department of Transportation, of course, is under the executive branch, so I will not speak to it'd be inappropriate for me to speak on the legislation. But as far as the study's concerned, and I guess I'll kind of dovetail what was just said, there's no question there's an issue with congestion on State Route 82 in Strongsville. And that leads to operational issues, which leads to a safety issue. And it actually, that area shows up as number 56 on the statewide list of one of our safety programs as far as issues out there. So it is something that I think needs to be looked at and expeditiously, because there is a safety component to this. And I agree with Grace's position on it, and ODOT continues to be prepared to help partner with NOAC on trying to get to a reasonable solution. And I do think it makes sense that NOAC lead the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Picuri. Anyone else? Please, Commissioner.
And so there we go. I appreciate everybody's comments on this too, and I think it's also important. I remain, in fact, deferential to the benefits of the study, and that's why I'm not pushing any repeal as we sit here today. But what I'm not as deferential to is waiting for the legislature to come to the rescue on this, because I think even with the most innocent studies or the most objective studies, the problem that we've seen in the past with this particular point on the map is a conclusion by one of the cities that, you know, the answer is Boston Road interchange. Now what's the question? And we want to avoid an opportunity to couch this latest study in that way. And it's really a question of leverage. When the language of that bill remains on the books, the statute can leverage an outcome irrespective of what the study says. So I don't want our study to be undermined by an existing statute. And the best solution for that, the most complete solution for that is for NOACA to study it, which as we sit here today, we're doing, or we're going to do, and for the legislature to kind of reset the law, which is what's been proposed this week and why I've been inclined to give a little bit more deference there, because the proposed legislation, which I have not read, so if I'm misquoting it, somebody I'm sure in this room can correct me, but I believe it replaces the formula for the interchange while preserving the requirement of a study. I think NOACA is in the best position to perform that study. And so if they move forward and proceed to that outcome, we're already in position to do that. I'm happy. Anything that makes the government move a little bit faster, I'm in favor of. So let's keep that moving. But if we're here in March and that legislation itself is stalled, the leverage is still there, I don't see the benefit of a study that just becomes another nail in the coffin of those 90 homes. That's my thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Harrison. And others? Mayor Brennan?
Yes, thank you. Just to complete the record, and I know it was referenced elsewhere, it's Ohio Revised Code Section 5501.60. And I'm listening to Commissioner Harrison. I listened also earlier to, to the residents and President Hannick, Councilman Del Santer. And I guess the question is, where can we do the most good here? I don't want to undermine the study to the extent that we want to make sure that the alternatives to the interchange are studied. I understand, of course, the interchange itself is still part of this study or as a possibility. And then finally, I share the concern of the commissioner that if this law somehow stays on the books, then it tends to advantage the idea that there's one, legally authorized, certainly under color of law, outcome. And we don't want to see that if there are better alternatives that are ultimately studied, but somehow are overlooked because of the persistence, if 5501.60 were to remain on the books. So I'm at a little bit of a loss as to whether we should make it contingent or whether we should, keep the faith for now, as the commissioner is suggesting, and revisit it in March. So, I guess the question is, how do we best proceed to help ensure and encourage that this repeal happen? And at the same time, not inadvertently create the outcome we may be trying to avoid if we're not doing the study. So let's look forward to more discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Others? Okay, today we had not intended an action. I think you're affirming that in your comments. I do want to once again thank the citizens and residents because you're really the catalyst to this conversation. From my perspective, maintaining the efficacy of a metropolitan planning organization is on the line, and that's something I think we need to continue to fight for with the Ohio legislature, is know your MPOs and why they do the work they do and what they've been empowered by the federal government to do. That's a piece of it. We've got the study and we've got the discussion about the repeal. I think in the interim between now and March, whether there needs to be any special briefing or meeting, it's called and posted. We're open to that. I think as individual board members, taking questions to Grace and Grace to her staff, making sure we're as informed as possible, because again, the people in the back wouldn't be here today if they didn't want us to be very informed on the issues. And so I appreciate the dialogue. Today was supposed to be that. This was helpful to hear one another's perspectives. I'm going to, unless I hear otherwise, move on to the next item, but with appreciation again for where you brought this conversation today, the public and the public representatives.
Just one comment,
Please.
County Executive. Mike Deborah with Cuyahoga County also. When this legislation was originally adopted to move forward with the study, I made a comment that I believe that the county engineer's office from Medina County and the Public Works Department from Cuyahoga County should be involved in the kickoff and progress meetings as it goes on. And I hope that continues.
Thanks, Mike. Anybody else? Okay. Again, thank you for the discussion on the I-71 corridor. We're going to move to the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway discussion. Grace.
Good morning again. I am going to turn this study over to Tom Cheva, who has been acting as NOACA's project manager on the feasibility study. And Tom, I will go ahead and turn that over to you.
Thank you very much, Director Galucci. Mr. President, members of the board, thank you for giving the study team an opportunity to present the findings of our feasibility study today. At the outset, I really want to thank Director Galucci and the staff of NOACA, who have been amazingly supportive during the course of the 9 months that we have been involved in this study. I'd also like to thank our partners. While NOACA has taken the lead in this study, we have been assisted in both financially and substantively by the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway, the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, Canal Partners, the City of Cleveland, Cleveland Metro Parks, Cuyahoga County, and the Greater Cleveland Regional Transit Authority, and the Port of Cleveland. They were the funders and, as I said, substantive supporters of this project. And they have, their representatives have been involved at every stage of the process. I also want to commend you for selecting AECOM as the consultant on this project. They have brought tremendous expertise to the effort, and I think as you hear the presentation today, you will see the tremendous expertise and the comprehensive nature of what the team has brought to this effort. There's been some preliminary media conversation about the report, and that media attention was good, but it did get one very critical item somewhat wrong. And that is, as you will see from the presentation that you're going to hear, the result of the study is that this project is feasible, expensive, but feasible. And I would just like to point out, and you will hear more of this during the course of the presentation, and I'm sure you may have some questions about it, but a significant reason for the expense is the fact that the CSX Railway did not collaborate with us or cooperate with us during the course of the study. We have many other stakeholders, all of whom uniformly cooperated in this process, all but one. And since they did not, we had to make very conservative assumptions. And you will see this in the course of the presentation. I would now like to turn the podium over to Chris Urban from AECOM, who will take you through the presentation. Chris?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, board members. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning on behalf of AECOM, my colleagues at AECOM, as well as our partners at Cambridge Systematics, K-West Group, and Visibility Marketing. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you this very exciting vision for extending Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad into the city of Cleveland and providing enhanced and improved access to a great natural asset for the region in Cuyahoga Valley National Park. As Tom mentioned, a lot of partners and stakeholders have been involved in this process. We appreciate the efforts that they provided, and many of them are present with us here today as members of the board. Appreciate your support of this process. And before we get into the study, I want to make sure that that it's evident that the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad we view as a real, truly regional asset, and that is evidenced by the ridership along CVSR. On the map in front of you, you can see the origins of all passengers on Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad from 2020 to 2023. And it's really noteworthy that well over a third of the ridership along CVSR originates from a NOACA county. That includes about 21% coming from Cuyahoga County alone. That's the largest share of ridership of any county in the state of Ohio. It's also worth noting that 40% of the total ridership actually comes from outside of the Cleveland, Akron, Canton metro area. That includes significant portions around Youngstown, Trumbull County, as well as Columbus and Franklin County. and that includes another 16% of ridership coming from outside of the state of Ohio entirely. So really a regional asset for this community. And I think it's also worth noting the unique nature of Northeast Ohio having a substantial natural asset like the Cuyahoga Valley National Park right in our backyard, immediately accessible from two major metropolitan areas in the city of Akron and the city of Cleveland. Even more unique to have an asset like the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad connecting to the national park. Currently, today, the Scenic Railroad connects from the north side of Akron into the national park, and the vision for this study is to advance and improve the connection similarly to the residents of Cleveland and surrounding communities. So the study is focused on a roughly 10-mile extension of the existing Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad service that currently terminates at the northern end at Rockside Road. This follows existing rail right-of-way that is partly owned by the National Park Service, a short stretch of it at the southern end, and then an extended stretch of the freight railroad known as the Willow Industrial Track that is owned by CSX. So as part of the study, we looked at really some big questions that we wanted to try to answer. What is the enhancement and improvement opportunity for CSX or for CVSR? How will it benefit its ridership, its operations, and not compromise the existing services? What are the capital investments needed? Where will people access it? Where will the stations be located? Who needs to be involved? We had a very significant amount of partnership and contributions from various partners as part of this study that will need to continue to be involved moving forward as this study advances. Want to understand how it's going to benefit Greater Cleveland from an economic, environmental, and community perspective. And big picture, how much does this cost? And what is, whether this is a smart investment for CVSR and for the region. So just taking a closer look at the corridor, the proposed route, starting at the south end where Rockside Road, the Rockside Station is located, travels along a short stretch of track that is currently owned by National Park Service, underneath the Valley View Bridge before transitioning to the CSX-owned right-of-way, the Willow Industrial Track, around I-77. And this follows along the west side of the Cuyahoga River at this point and mirrors very closely the towpath trail. As we proceed northward, the rail alignment continues to follow the Cuyahoga River, but travels through more light industrial areas in Brooklyn Heights and starting to get into the Cleveland metropolitan area or the Cleveland municipal area. There's also significant existing wooded areas, natural areas, particularly part of the Cuyahoga or the Cleveland Metro Parks, Ohio and Erie Canal Reservation and Canalway Center, which are on the opposite side of the Cuyahoga River from the track. And then continuing northward, the area around the corridor gets increasingly industrial, heavy industrial. We see the presence, particularly along the east side of the track, of Cleveland Cliffs and their major steel operations, as well as the former Harshaw chemical site highlighted in red on the map. This is a legacy property dating back to the Manhattan Project where uranium was enriched. That is currently going through intensive radioactive remediation by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So there is significant industrial legacy brownfields in this area, particularly along the east side. We do note, however, there are many assets on the west side, a heavier concentration of residential areas, including significant assets like the Cleveland Metro Park Zoo, the Metro Health Medical Center, and the Steelyard Commons Shopping Center. And then as we approach the northern end into downtown, the right-of-way crosses the Cuyahoga River across a bascule bridge, ends up on the east side of the river before entering into the downtown area around the Interbelt bridges. And so a key part of the alignment analysis was looking at where does this alignment ultimately end in downtown. Early on in our study process, we worked with a number of key partners to analyze various alternatives, conceptual alternatives at a high level, how where this alignment will ultimately terminate. A lot of the considerations we included in this analysis was how close it could get to Tower City Center, how close it could get to the Cuyahoga River, any physical barriers or obstacles that were present, as well as understanding what the existing and planned development for the area was. Through this process, we ultimately dropped nearly all of the conceptual alternatives from this analysis. Many of them were determined to be either likely to be completely infeasible or very cost prohibitive to advance. And so what you see on the screen highlighted in yellow is the identified preferred alignment, which follows the existing CSX Willow Industrial Track before ending just short of Stones Levee Road near Eagle Avenue. And Tom alluded to this as well, another consideration as part of our capital needs assessment in the study. One of the items we were trying to do as part of the study was perform an in-person inspection of the existing track right-of-way that is currently owned by CSX, known as the Willow Industrial Track. NOACA, however, was informed by CSX in August during the process of this study that CSX was not able to participate in the study at this stage. Therefore, we were not able, as the project team, to get access to the track to conduct the inspection of the track and the infrastructure in the right-of-way. CSX did provide some direction in terms of what our assumptions should be as part of this study. They essentially focused on assuming that all track along the corridor should be replaced. Additional new signalization would need to be added, and they recommended the inclusion of positive train control, which is a safety measure intended to prevent and eliminate potential collisions of trains and derailments. The study also assumed that CSX would continue to own and operate its freight service on the track, and that Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad would be able to operate on the track through a trackage agreement with CSX. So again, based heavily on the response from CSX and the direction they provided, the capital improvement assessment resulted in what you see on the screen. Essentially 10 miles of new mainline track would need to be constructed. We include an additional 1.5 miles of siding track, particularly around the station areas. This includes additional improvements and upgrades to 3 bridge structures, including the Bascule Bridge you see on the screen that crosses over the Federal Shipping Channel on the Cuyahoga River. We also note a total of 15 track crossings along the corridor, 2 of them rail-to-rail crossings with Norfolk Southern operations, as well as 5 crossings over public roadways. And this also, again, includes new signalization and the positive train control elements that includes costs associated with staffing those and training the staffing to operate that positive train control system. So as part of the extension analysis, we did look at 6 conceptual areas for potential station locations. The study recommends locating the initial extension service, having 2 station locations as part of this service, one being at Steelyard Commons Shopping Center and the other at downtown Cleveland. We did take a close look at the Harvard Avenue area near Jennings Road as another potential alternative for a station. However, we recommended as not being part of the initial service due to the existing ongoing work around the Harshaw chemical site, as well as the existing industrial nature of the immediate vicinity of the station area. We do think, however, it is worth consideration as a future opportunity because of its location nearby the Cleveland Metro Park Zoo, as well as proximity to the Cuyahoga River and connections to many East Side neighborhoods in the city of Cleveland. We also did look at a couple other alternatives. Ultimately, they were dropped during the process due to them not being likely feasible to be implemented. So our first station location is at Steelyard Commons. This location, the proposed location for the station, is at the northern end of the shopping center. This really provides a very strong station location for potential CVSR customers and riders. The Steelyard Commons shopping area is very easily accessible from Interstate 71, the Jennings Freeway, and other regional interstate systems. There's ample parking for riders arriving via car. We also have significant transit service through GCRTA's bus routes. 4 routes go through the site and service the site, not to mention the adjacent location of the towpath trail alongside this station area. And so just showing an oblique aerial of where the station location is in relation to the Steelyard Common shopping area. The parking area highlighted in yellow is actually dedicated for a potential future CVSR station. And through this process, we engaged heavily with First Interstate Properties, which owns and operates Steelyard Commons. They remain incredibly supportive of the CVSR extension and a station location at Steelyard Commons. In fact, they shared with us that the original plan for for the Steelyard Commons shopping center included a location for a CVSR station. They've made accommodations with public amenities like restrooms nearby, and it also has the Steel Heritage Center already located near the site. So it's really a ready-made location for this potential extension station. So then moving to downtown, once we were able to determine the final alignment of this northern end of the corridor, we looked at several areas along the corridor for a station location in coordination with several key partners on the project, as well as working with representatives from Bedrock. We were landed on what is known as Parcel 19, as a parcel around 1 acre in size, owned by the Bedrock as part of their Bedrock Cuyahoga Riverfront Master Plan. This location is immediately adjacent to West 3rd Street, located right between the Lorraine Carnegie Bridge and the Interbelt Bridges. And it is immediately south of the Cavaliers' new training center, the Global Peak Performance Center, which is currently under construction just north along West 3rd Street. It's also very short distance from the proposed kayak launch along the Cuyahoga River that's part of the Bedrock Master Plan, as well as the proposed Eagle Avenue extension, which will provide direct vehicular and pedestrian access down to West 3rd Street, to the station and up to other parts of downtown Cleveland, particularly around the Gateway District, Progressive Field, and Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Also want to make note of the proposed soccer stadium site immediately to the west, another opportunity for further development around this area. It is worth noting that currently there is no direct transit access to this station location. However, we do feel that as this project progresses and the station development advances, in particular as other development takes shape with Bedrock and with the proposed soccer stadium, that transit will be a key consideration in linking this station location to ridership. And again, just taking a look at the kind of an aerial perspective of where this property is located in relation to the broader downtown area, the Gateway District, and the Progressive Field and Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. And similar to our work with First Interstate Properties, we also engaged heavily with Bedrock. Bedrock has continually expressed support for the extension and for the station location at what is known as Parcel 19 on their property. This location, as you can see on the map, is included as part of their Riverfront Master Development Plan. So we feel that very confident that this is a very positive location for the CVSR extension, and look forward to continue to work with Bedrock on how this station area takes shape. So again, getting to the capital costs based on those capital needs and the direction that we did receive from CSX in terms of what those capital needs should be. The total capital cost estimate for the extension we have at around $194 million. Want to take note that a significant portion of this capital cost estimate, more than half of it, is accounted for through improvements and replacement of the track, improvements to the structures, and the various crossings. This is directly impacted by the feedback we received from CSX. Also includes another $27+ million for signalization and the communications related to the positive train control, which is required as part of this. So we do feel like this is sort of the high end, the kind of worst case scenario in terms of what a capital needs investment would be for this extension. I will say, however, that the $21 million per mile cost estimate that we have on screen and talking with other folks on our firm feel that this is in line with other passenger rail studies that AECOM has conducted recently. So I want to make note of that as well, that this is kind of within that ballpark of what a per mile cost would be for this type of investment. So in terms of operations, with the additional 10 miles to the existing 26 miles of the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad, we want to be mindful of the existing operations that CVSR has. Their target for a round trip excursion on the route is around 2 hours. And so in order to accomplish that with this additional track, our study proposes 2 concurrently operating trains along the route. We suggest a route that would go from the north side of Akron to Boston Mills, and a second route that would go from downtown Cleveland to Peninsula in the central area of the Cuyahoga Valley National Park. And this operating plan was used to influence and provide the background for the operations and maintenance plan, which you see on the screen here. Ultimately, what this suggests is the operations and maintenance for the extended service would be between $15 to $16 million annually. This is over the existing $8.5 million operations cost for the existing service. This increase is really due largely to the addition of another train. It's also factoring in CVSR's move from a predominantly volunteer staff to paid staff, and it accounts for the additional staff that will be required as part of the extension service. This does also include an estimated trackage fees that would be associated with utilizing the CSX right-of-way. So looking at the cash flow analysis, this captures the significant upfront capital costs as part of the improvements and the additional operating expenses. Based on this analysis, what we see is that the operation of the extension route would result in a deficit of around $7 million annually. This definitely requires some additional either subsidy or operating revenue, either from ticketing or other sources. So this is something we need to be mindful of to make sure that it continues to support CVSR's operations moving forward. We do show, however, that the ridership forecast for the extension is strong. We see that the extension to downtown Cleveland would help to generate additional ridership by about 19 to 32%. This is due in large part to the influence and impact from a downtown Cleveland station, which is anticipated to capture between 16 to 20% of the ridership share of this new alignment. So there is some definite ridership benefit to this extension. We did look at environmental impact from the study, from this potential extension, looked at 13 particular categories, and as noted, there really does not appear to be any significant environmental challenges or impacts, negative impacts from this study, predominantly due to the fact that the corridor travels through an existing heavy industrial area. We do see the benefit of environmental justice from providing enhanced access to underserved communities and access to the national park. And what we have ultimately concluded is that the recommended likely for the extension would be the likely NEPA finding would be a categorical exclusion. From an economic impact, we looked at the impact particularly to Cuyahoga County and Summit County. What we show is a direct economic impact of over $330 million. We see with the capital investment as well as the operations of the line, an additional 2,300 job years as part of the extension, and see an additional economic output through the regional gross product of about $602 million. This does also not account for the additional economic activity that's intended or expected to be generated for tourism, regional tourism surrounding the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad, as well as additional benefits to the community that are focused on health and well-being and equity. So a big part of this analysis, again, that was influenced heavily by the direction from CSX is the benefit cost analysis. What you see on the screen in the chart shows that the projected project costs, which include the extensive capital needs, outweigh the potential monetized project benefits by about $111 million, and that results in a benefit cost ratio of 0.5. So we do see as the study advances and as savings are likely to be found through the capital needs, as the capital costs are able to be reduced, that would substantially increase the benefit cost ratio for the project. It's also worth noting that the benefit cost analysis does not include a lot of qualitative benefits. Again, the impacts to regional tourism, the increase in transportation alternatives for the greater Cleveland area to the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, and other accessibility and social equity factors. Apologies for the jumbled text on the slides here. So we did look at several different funding sources, federal, state, and local, that would potentially provide support for this operation. We do think that federal funding is likely to be targeted for major capital components of the project, and state and local resources would likely be allocated more for the operations. We have on the screen several federal programs, discretionary programs that could be alternatives for funding this capital investment, and the opportunity to improve the BCA score through involvement with CSX to be able to try to reduce the capital infrastructure costs would go a long way to making this project more competitive for many of these discretionary grant sources. But we do think that local support will be essential to advancing this study forward. And again, really quickly, just looking at what we think is a proposed potential schedule to advance this study beyond this feasibility study, continue to advance the project toward project development, preliminary design and construction with the idea of implementing the extension service by 2031, 2032. What's key about this, again, is continuing to have the partner engagement that has been taking place the last year, continuing that into 2025, and throughout the process, the local engagement and participation will be critical to advancing this project. And so wrapping things up, the next steps, developing a scope and budget and timeline for the next phase of this analysis. We think it's important to identify additional project champions. Certainly, Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad and the National Park are strong stakeholders for this, as well as the additional partners that have provided support as the study. But really having those local champions to advance it, to provide support and advocacy at the federal and state levels, to show the importance of this for the region will be critical to advancing it. And probably biggest of all is engaging CSX. That's really the critical path to making this project much more feasible. What I've been saying and what I've been talking with Tom about is that we see a path toward feasibility. The project may, on paper at this point, may not look feasible, but there is definitely a path towards feasibility, and it's something that can be addressed and overcome. And again, continuing to engage the private partners along the route, including Bedrock, First Interstate Properties around the station areas, as well as other railroads, and identifying and pursuing those funding opportunities. And with that, a lot of information. I welcome any questions or comments that the board would have.
Thanks.
Thank you for your time.
Chris, Tom, thank you. David?
Thank you. You mentioned crossings of the Federal Navigational Channel and maybe 3 bridges and work that needed to be done to those bridges. I'm curious if those bridges are currently in use, or those are bridges that haven't been used in a while and work would have to be done and they'd have to kind of be reactivated.
Sure, yes. The 3 bridges along the corridor, the primary one, as you mentioned, is the Bascule Bridge that goes over the Federal Navigation Channel, the Cuyahoga River. That is currently operational. CSX does use it currently to service, in part, Cleveland Cliffs and other industrial users. We weren't able to obviously get and be able to perform a detailed inspection of the bridge, but we do know that currently there is only 1 track across the bridge. So as part of the extension program, there would need to be a second track added to that bridge. It is able to accommodate a second track. That is part of the 1.5 mile siding cost as part of the capital needs. So that would be a component to look at. The other 2 bridges cross portions of West Creek as well as Big Creek near Harvard Avenue. Those are still, as far as we know, in operation. There's much less train traffic in those areas, but they are at this point still in use, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Please, Councilman Harsh.
Sorry if I missed this, but was there an operations schedule included? How often this would run under the proposed?
There is an operations schedule in terms of how often the train would run. Is that what you're asking? Yeah. I believe there is. I'm trying to remember. I don't know, Tom, if you happen to remember what that schedule was in particular.
I don't off the top of my head, but in the materials, the report itself details that in some great detail. And that is something that we've been working with our partner, Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway, on to make sure that that schedule is compatible with what they think they can accomplish.
Yeah, the key part of the operations plan is to note that would require, in order to stay within that 2-hour window that is ideal for Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad, would require 2 trains working concurrently. So in terms of how often and how frequently, that's really based upon, I think actually Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad's existing sort of service model.
We have a call-in question. No other questions? Anybody else? Comments? Grace? Sorry, Sarah.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I'm wondering on the economic impacts, are some of them based on the assumption that the CVSR extension would be imagined as a commuter line?
We talked about that. It's great length with the team and the partners, and decided that for this part of the study, we should not assume commuter. However, we do believe, and I think the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway very much would like to see an opportunity to do some commuter rail. And we think that as this project progresses, it is very likely that that could be a component. The commuter piece would probably, at least initially, be from downtown Cleveland to Rockside Road. There are some conversations going on within the national park about further expanding service, and there is potential, although I think there are a lot of difficulties to accomplish this, to go all the way from Cleveland to Akron. But there is some potential for that, and I think it would be something that will be seriously looked at in those next steps. But the study was focused on this being a tourist attraction, this being the kind of service that the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway currently provides through the national park.
Grace?
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, thank the team and the partners for doing a great job on this feasibility study. You do show us the promise, the vision, and we're grateful for that. I also want to recognize again that the Executive Director of CVSR, Larry Stevenson, is here, along with his board chair, Ken Sislak, and of course, Superintendent Lisa Pettit, who also spoke earlier. Want to recognize them again. And if they have any further comments, welcome them to the podium.
Thank you, Executive Director Galucci and Executive Ronayne. I just wanted to follow up. I had not expressed my gratitude earlier to this board for even supporting the study at the outset. And all the partners you see who were involved in this. I think this is the 3rd attempt in the life of Cuyahoga Valley National Park to extend service to the city of Cleveland. Before, we were doing it pretty much alone with our partner, the Scenic Railroad. This time, we have an incredible amount of support from all of those stakeholders and from NOACA to at least see how we can do this. And I'm grateful for that support. I think it brings so many benefits. You know, that 0.54 metric does not really account for the social benefits, the quality of life benefits, and, you know, even the tourism benefits that this would bring to Northeast Ohio. So I just want to highlight that. I think that there are issues, obviously, to overcome, challenges to overcome, but it is feasible. It is the right thing to do for this region, and I hope for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I just, one, while the superintendent's still with us, and thank you, also to Lisa, to Larry, Ken, and Tom and Chris, thanks for the presentation. I wanted to just say to this body, and I think Councilman McCormick, you're at the end of the line here, in the north end of this, just from a Cuyahoga County perspective, but really a whole regional perspective. I like this connector all the way through to Akron that you've got coming up to Boston Mills and coming up to ultimately downtown Cleveland. Just a few comments. One, and I know Superintendent knows this well, but President Ford was advised against signing the national legislation for the national park by his own budget director. And he went against the grain and he signed it into law. I always appreciate that from President Ford. He believed in the national park, and it's become, if I'm not mistaken, one of the top 20 national parks visited in the country. So connecting to that asset, I think I'm just passionate about this project. So beg your indulgence. If you look at the Grand Canyon and the Scenic Valley, their scenic railroad, which connects from Williams, Arizona to the Grand Canyon, they've created an economic development plan in Williams, Arizona around exactly that. I mean, in some respects, this national park, given its visitorship, is our Grand Canyon. So what I wanted to say with all that as background is, I hope we can, it's really a regional project, and as a body, consider getting it on our long-range plan, so that the planning commissions in Cleveland and Brooklyn Heights and Independence and Akron can also put it in their plans, which would help our advocacy with groups like CSX. I remember I shared this with Tom and Chris in 1995. There was a train that came from Columbus to then Jacobs Field for the then Cleveland Indians in the World Series in 1995. It came from Columbus. And the reason that happened is because freight companies allowed for co-location on their tracks for that event. So our advocacy to CSX really matters. Do we lean in on our federal delegation to lean in on CSX, which will bring down demonstrably the cost of this. So I guess what I'm saying to the board is, we have history, we have great visitorship in the park. If we can catalyze that for great economic development regionally in multi-counties, all the better. And if eventually we can get on the long-range plan, I think we then memorialize it in an advocacy campaign to see this through. It is a big lift financially, but we can winnow down that cost by looking for partnerships in places like CSX. Thanks for your work.
Mr. President, if I could just add one thing about CSX, and Lisa alluded to the other studies. I think a part of and a significant part of the reason for their lack of engagement was they weren't sure this was a serious project. They've seen those two other studies from which nothing evolved, and I think they were not willing to invest their time, effort, energy, and brain power until they were convinced that there was something real here. So I think we can, in fact, find a way to work with the CSX going forward. And as you suggested, the price tag is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 40% less than what the numbers are in this study, if we can get them to collaborate with us.
Thanks, Tom. Showing our intentionality will be helpful. And well, thanks for the presentation, everybody. And again, from the folks from the National Parks and Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railway, thanks for being with us. We're going to, what comment, please?
Sorry. Be really quick.
Birdseye.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for the information. Nice to see you. Just a quick suggestion. I'm sure you've gone through it already. When you're looking at PTC, there are usually in very infrequent situations are exemptions based on schedule.
Right.
So just want to make sure that you look at that, especially if we're looking at, I think it was asked before, if that hasn't been included yet, there could be a significant savings, because I think you had 27 million or something, which is a drop in the bucket. So
Right.
wanted to mention it.
Thank you.
Thanks, India. Anybody else? Okay, we've got a report on the internal strategic plan from Grace. We're rounding home here.
Yes, we are. Okay, good afternoon again. In light of the time, I will not give much of an introduction other than to say Suzanne Miklos and Tim Jezerin from OE Strategies are here to present the work that we have undertaken as an agency to build capacity and to really have a vision for a workplace and a workforce that does its best and sees itself as the best. And we also did some board work related to that, the survey that you took that we will share results with you on. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Suzanne.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing us to be on what is a very busy agenda. I will move through fairly quickly, but for you to have an opportunity to see really the work that I would thank the organization for putting their heart and time and effort into, both the entire senior management team as well as the steering committee. The purpose of the work is really to help the organization build on its strengths, and organizational health is a concept that is important to high-performing organizations to make sure that you're continuing to add to the bucket. What I would point out as you look at this timeline is that we've been at this work for close to a year since the first conversations, and that it has really been multifunctional, all disciplines, all levels of the organization, and led by the staff, so led by a steering committee. There have been ways of gathering data that were formal and through a survey. We have had interviews, focus groups, all team meetings, and helped everyone have a voice and a part in developing the vision and the values and the way people in the organization want to work together. As you can see, as we moved through this timeline in the summer, we were developing a report and recommendations and really having the steering committee work on a very concrete, measurable action plan so that this is not just something that sits on the shelf and doesn't get done, but it's something that the organization is working on actively and revisiting regularly. We culminated our time together with a retreat hosted at the public library in Parma, the main snow branch, with all staff, and really worked through the report, presented the plan, had people experience, discuss, and dig into some of those values and the mission statement. So the words that I would highlight and point out to you in the vision statement, so you can see that this is in alignment with the external work of the organization. So the idea is, again, to understand how we fuel ourselves to continue to deliver that great external vision. The words I wanted to point out in this are collaboration, the organization continuing to, as new staff, as you're coming out of COVID, to be able to really hone in on and continue to sharpen and build that capacity for collaboration. Effective processes, you will see the organization has good processes, but continuing to leverage technology, leverage best practices to make them even better. And that heart of this really showed up in the survey results. The survey results showed that the highest rated items were ones about my connection and passion to the work that I do. So that continuing to do more than seems possible is this organization. They sometimes talk about, we can do anything, or punching above our weight class for how many people we have working in the organization. And so that sentiment was really shared throughout all the conversations. The plan itself is comprehensive and covers multiple areas. Staff and culture really have to do with working through, continuing to include everybody in that culture, onboarding our new staff. There's a culture committee is one example of one of the actions, and focusing on how we have fun together and how we have synergy in our communications. Systems and processes, one of the actions, which my colleague Tim will be sharing in just a moment, was to conduct a board survey to see how can we continue to be better in terms of how we serve the board and do the work of preparing for these meetings. Under software and tools, developing an intranet, having a place where you don't have to have been here to know where something is kept. Some of the employees and staff members had very passionate interest in that. And so that's some work that's going on in the organization as well. And then under communication strategies, the senior management team actually met this week. And I would thank you and acknowledge them for the hard work that they're doing, continue to build structures and process and ways to keep people engaged in that cascading down through the organization. Teamwork is also a piece that that group is working on, and they're leading by example by spending some time and investing in themselves and how they work together. Because we can always develop ourselves as an organizational body, whether it is staff, leadership, or board, to continue to work effectively together. I'm just quickly putting up here the values, and I'll mention a couple of those that stood out to me. Being able to be passionate about the work, continuing to pursue excellence, collaboration and cooperation. I love that there's fun here, right? Because people who laugh together can be more creative and more forgiving and more willing to challenge each other during communication, which is also one of the values. So really looking at these piece by piece and saying, what behaviors are we doing that really fit and what do we want to do better? That's resulted in a number of actions over time. So the steering committee worked hard to say, what can we do right now to have a win and to show progress? And what can we do over the next several months? And what's going to take us up to a year or even more to implement? So this keeps the organization with touch points and KPIs and knowing that they're making progress. We plan on reenacting the survey sometime in the summertime frame. The steering committee will pick the exact date based on participation. And I would expect that there will be some improvements in those areas that the organization has really worked on. And a specific example would be some of the newer employees were less aware of how to use the OWP, the organization's work plan. And there was a agency-wide training conducted on that and very good feedback that people are able to use that more to sort of understand how their work fits into the whole. So again, thank you for your time, but really kudos to the executive leadership team and the rest of the staff who are pouring energy into making NOACA the very best place to work that it can be. Any questions on the internal strategic plan?
Thanks, Suzanne. Anybody? All right. And Suzanne, you're available to us as meetings come up in the future, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. As we get up on the hour, if no other questions, it's really important, but thank you, Suzanne.
We can do an update in 6 months.
Okay. Okay.
Good morning. So my name is Tim Jeschrin. I'm a senior consultant with OE Strategies. I want to walk you through the key takeaways from the survey that we conducted of the board. Survey items were developed based on interviews with a few of the board members, and then we ran the survey from the middle of September through the middle of November. So to preserve anonymity, OE Strategies sent the invitations. We collected the data to allow you to be more direct in your answers. We invited 48 people and ultimately 19 responded. So a bit less than half, but it gives us a sense of the overall views of board members. So here are the major takeaways. The survey showed that board members care about the work of NOACA, are invested in its goals. They see the positive effect that NOACA has on the 5-county region, and they're proud of the impact. I mean, you are proud of the impact that you have. While it can be hard to feel like you're contributing to a large board, the survey shows the board members do feel that they have a voice. The only improvement would be finding a little more time for strategic topics. That was the feedback that we saw. Most members are satisfied with how far in advance they receive the packets and how detailed those packets are. We had wondered about alternative ways to get packets to board members, but most people who took the survey were neutral or even against adding an additional way of accessing information, such as logging into a different website, that's designed specifically for organizing board materials. The survey showed that there is mild agreement with the sense that meetings are longer than necessary and that less time be spent on routine agenda items. One possibility would have been shortening presentations, but board members do rely on those to cover important details. There was some modest support for increasing the use of a consent agenda. So another possibility to consider. There are many committees, subcommittees, and councils, but it's not always clear how they help the board to be effective. One commenter thought that too much was decided before business reached the board, while another commenter thought too little was decided. So increased clarity about what the committees, subcommittees, and councils accomplish and how they support the work of the board would help align expectations. So this survey provides you a chance to reflect and see the strengths that the board should continue to leverage going forward, as well as a couple of places to tweak so that you can be more effective in the future. I'm happy to answer questions.
Go ahead, Indy.
Thank you for the information. I want to make sure I have the numbers right. How many people out of the board were contacted number-wise, 40 something?
We reached out to 48.
Okay, out of,
I believe 48 is the entire membership of the board.
okay, and out of 19%,
19 responded.
was that, did you have a goal for participation to make sure that there was a good subset? And then is there a breakdown to make sure that there were representation amongst different type of constituency that we have on the board? We have mayors, we've got government officials, we've got different subsets.
So in order to preserve anonymity, we did not collect data that would have told us about different constituencies and different places people came from. So I don't know that. I do know that, I have the number here, the percentage of officers was about right. It's about 9%, I believe, in ours of respondents, which is about right for the whole board.
Thanks. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Again, thank you for the presentation. I think we will have access to OE strategies as we go. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Suzanne. We have a NOACA 101 scheduled for today. You want to talk about that, Grace? We're almost home here, guys.
For NOACA 101 is a voluntary training that we offer at the beginning of every new calendar year. It will be held in the old boardroom. There is lunch available, so you can take that and go into the other room to hear the NOACA 101. Ronnie Blackshear, our Deputy Director for Policy and Compliance, will be delivering that presentation. So it will be after the conclusion of this meeting.
Great. As far as updates go, thanks, Grace. I just want to transparently, and it kind of ties to the last presentation, but we will be having an executive committee after this meeting. Sorry for those of you on the executive committee, just a few more minutes, there is lunch. But one of the things I want to discuss, and I briefed this a bit with Grace, is just in the effort to do exactly what we saw in that presentation, improve organizational health. Any organization, anytime can use some assessment, some self-reflection, some 360. So it's been my desire, and I've shared it with Grace and looked through it with council in the effort to support organizational health and strength. We will be talking about an HR and organizational development subcommittee, which according to the council is the purview of the chair and the executive committee chair. And that's to do what we just looked at. It's really, plans either get left on a shelf or you work with the director to implement them. So just wanted to preview that with you as we work to an executive committee and spend a little time in executive session talking about that. That's my update on any reports. Anybody else have a report update they need to bring up? All right, seeing none, we'll go to old business. Anybody? Grace, any old business? Only thing I want to say is lean on Matt Dooley as needed. He's a terrific resource, as is Ryan Gambala. I really think we did a great job with the selection last year of our attorney and Chair Emeritus Brandon. Thank you for shepherding that one through. If you have a question about process, governance, ethics, obviously you can bring it to Grace, but you can bring it right to your attorney, Matt Dooley. That's why he's here, and he's really a professional in this work. So thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. And then we went through public comment. If any public commenters out there didn't get theirs out today, we'll be back in March. That took an important 30 or so minutes. My goal was to try to get us to in and around 12 o'clock. It's 12:03. Thank you, Grace, for helping get us there. We did collapse the news pieces, but they are important. And there's links in your printed or digital agenda that you can go to read the news that didn't get picked up in the front end of this report. And then finally, with respect to the FIP maps and things that we could condense, we tried to condense so you didn't have to see all of that today. But again, the business is important and it's all going to be in printed and digital agendas, but some of that gets collapsed so we can try to the goal and always presentation to get our meetings per the survey down to a reasonable 3 hours. So with that, I would entertain, if there's nothing else, a motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Happy New Year. Thank you. Good. It's pretty good. We got 3 hours on that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we would have made it faster. My goal was actually 11.
Yeah, an executive committee, if you will stick around, and lunch is on your way out for anybody else. And 101 Thank you for being here. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by a voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she could state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public recording this meeting, please be sure to speak into the mic, and the microphones can be used to turn on and off during the meeting with the use of the blue and gray button. They are, when the light is blue, on. Okay, got that? All right. There are no meeting minutes to approve today. So I will ask if there's any further public comment today. We had public comment earlier. No further public comment. All right. So we'll go to the president's report and or the executive director's report. Grace, I'll yield first to you. Anything from you?
I do not have anything other than to welcome the executive committee to their first meeting of 2025. And I think it was an excellent idea to have this meeting following the full organizational meeting. And this is something I think we should carry on every year.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you for that, Grace. So that's a conversation item. But before we go into, maybe just wanted you guys to introduce yourselves to each other or to us, because we're all, I mean, some of us we've known a while, but some are new to us. So, Jeff.
Yeah, good morning again, or good afternoon. Jeff Brandon. As I mentioned earlier, I've been a trustee in Medina County, Montville Township. This is actually my 20th year. And I think probably my, I don't know, I think this is my 8th year on NOACA. 8th year, so. Yeah,
all right.
Excited to be here for another year. At least one more.
There you go. Andy.
Andy Howe, Jog County Engineer's Office, Jog County Engineer, alternate for Jim DeVork.
Sure.
I was alternate for Mary Samiti years ago, I think probably 10 years ago. Yeah.
You're back.
So
Yeah.
I guess I'm kind of back. Alternate for Commissioner Spitaleri last year, and that obviously just changed. So yeah, I'm back here for a while.
Good to have you back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Bonnie.
I'm Bonnie Teelwyn. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the City of Cleveland. I am the alternate for Mayor Bibb, and I'm a recycled person too. So this, I think, is my 3rd term maybe that with 3 different capacities. So I'm happy to be here, happy to represent the mayor.
You got me beat. Oh, John.
I'm John Gall, Lorraine County Administrative Assistant to Commissioner Jeff Riddell and alternate to NOACA. And I've been meeting here for the last 2 years. And it's been very good to get to know you guys. And last year, get to know you very well. So.
Morris Bubbers III, Lake County Commissioner. I've been a Lake County Commissioner for 3 weeks, and I went on MapQuest last night to pull up 1299 Superior Avenue to figure out where NOACA was. So, pleasure, excited to be here, and really happy to get involved and work with all you folks.
Congrats on your election too. Thanks, Morris. Thanks, everybody. Brendan, you want to just quick?
Yeah, I'm just the meeting recorder for NOACA.
You keep the trains running. Thank you. You guys all know Grace and Matt, who mentioned earlier. And really, again, appreciate everybody here, and glad we are an executive committee. I think I was on the executive committee last year. Jeff was chair, benefited a lot from being on it. So having you guys on it, some returning, some new, some in between, we just, I think the executive committee is where a lot of good work and conversation gets done, but we're the guiding group as a committee to the CEO, and obviously the conduit back to the board itself, and with the staff. So I just wanted to convene at the beginning of the year. I do agree with Grace, but I do want to hear what you guys have to say about this. My goal, and we already demonstrated a bit this morning, was to slim down, believe it or not. I know you're new and that you couldn't believe that, but we actually slimmed it down a bit, much to Grace's help. kind of the news and things that I mentioned earlier. But are you guys just procedurally, just put it on the table? I know some of you are speaking for others, but do you want to have these executive committee meetings after? I mean, if you're down here once, you don't have to come back twice kind of thing is my thinking. So that was just a question. Does it work? We've done executive committees previously, not always the day of a board meeting or right after. So
As you see, sometimes there's flight, especially around the 1 o'clock time. So if these things last, the board of directors meetings last too long, it's very difficult to, stick around. Doing it right at 12 is good. If we can limit to 3 hours, it'd probably be the best.
got it. And an alternative could be to do it earlier as well before the meeting, but like we do today, you can have lunch and we can talk. So procedurally, try that. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, couple thoughts. I think today's meeting, the organizational meeting, if I recall, I think it was only supposed to go 2 hours, wasn't it? Okay, so, I think we started a little late, but, it's supposed to start at 9. I think it wasn't supposed to go till 11:30 or something, and then, and I.
So you're
and I-
handicapping the future.
Well, I'm just, so, I'm thinking, so with, I'm not opposed to, condensing our meetings, so we don't have to come down here as often. But I also think, a normal board of directors meeting, if we get out of here in 4 hours is a good thing, because I normally start at 9 and then, I have been here, to some board meetings where we're here till 2 o'clock, because the meeting went over. So, I think today worked out with a special executive meeting because the scheduled board meeting didn't last so long. But also, I think schedule-wise, we normally have the executive committee meeting, then followed by the governance. Usually the governance comes right
Governance
after, or
and then
it's
executive.
first, it's governance and then executive.
To be clear, I was only talking about this meeting being held after the board meeting once a year.
Oh, once a year. Okay.
To
Gotcha.
introduce the executive committee members to each other and to set the agenda for the year.
Oh, okay.
That's what
I
was-
misunderstood. Okay.
So you're looking at it, you're already looking to next January. I was thinking about March. Well, what's the most convenient for you guys? But because it's been set, you want to leave it?
That's what I
Yeah.
think, yeah.
All right, I'm
Some
just,
nods over here.
no, it's just conversation on the table is really when to host executive committee meetings. Because it's such a small body, we can change what's on the calendar. The question for you guys is, in the order of convenience, is it easier to meet right after one of these meetings? But Jeff does make a good point. I'm just trying to get to a point where we're under 3 hours. And go ahead, Council.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought we were also close. I'm sorry. We can do these. Now you can do these committee meetings in particular virtually.
Yeah,
So
that
you'll
is
have a lot more flexibility and you won't have to necessarily be here.
That's, how do you feel about that?
I think we need to let the OARC folks come up with the template and see what we're able to do and what, I don't know if a committee will work because you're still all elected officials and there can be only certain things discussed at those kind of meetings. And because you're the executive committee that really approves everything that goes before the board, it might be tough, but that's what we're going to look into at the governance meeting.
All right. Well, when is the next executive committee meeting? I'm just looking.
And I would just say that the executive committee, if you want to have more than one a quarter, you can, but at least one has to be before the board meeting
Yeah.
because you have to set the agenda for the board meeting.
Yeah. All right, so we may be ending up back with the meetings separate. I'm just mindful of your time, but your travel time and otherwise.
For what it's worth, as we looked at committees and stuff like that, the committees that I'm serving on, it's, I'm already coming down.
You're making trips. Okay.
Coming downtown for the
Okay.
day, so I might as well.
All right.
It's not an inconvenience.
Okay. All right, well,
Chair.
go ahead, Bonnie.
As we had conversations last year about, some of the the duties that the executive committee would be taking on. I think we have to keep in mind, there's probably going to be more executive committee meetings than what has been in the past, just because we have a little bit more heavy lifting as far as reviews and whatnot. So I think we got to keep that in mind.
Yeah. So is that a nod to say stay scheduled as we have them scheduled, but add some if need be?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we're going to have to.
And I think that's fair. Also, to Matt's point and to Grace's response, I think we should figure out how we go about, given the governor's authorization or the state's authorization of this, how we do go about virtual meetings with the public invited. I don't know if the trickiness is if you go in executive session, how you keep people on the line and such, but maybe you guys can figure that out. Because I do think if we have extra meetings, some of them could be virtual to help you guys out time-wise. Andy? Yeah.
It was mentioned here, I don't remember exactly who, but a consensus agenda.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would help
Yeah.
in advance. I've never been involved in a consensus agenda, but that could be something.
Yeah. Absolutely. Took note of that. And I think that's why I was asking OE to kind of, if we can maintain through you a connection to them, because they could help us, expedite some of this stuff. And my Grace and I, obviously, we're going to meet to get prepped for these meetings so you can prep for the governing board meetings. But when we met, I mean, we're in the same space as trying to get these things slimmed down to your time convenience. But Jeff does give a good fair warning that they often go 4
Oh,
hours.
in all fairness, this was more like a regular board meeting because we had a couple of agenda items that drew the public and had
right.
public comment.
Right. So again, getting your perspective is helpful. Then we'll stick to schedule, look into the possibility of convening virtually if and when we can. And calling, as Bonnie said, probably some extra meetings when need be. So maybe naturally some of these board meetings will have a meeting after this like we are today. Okay. All right. Well, that was good. That was my first item I want to bring up. Just related, just to the executive committee, in fairness and deference to you guys, you guys good with that idea of a off-site meeting annually to go see what's going on in other counties? I mean, you're next on my list. Okay, good. Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean, you probably remember this, but back when maybe there's some staff that remember, we did remote, off-site meetings in other counties, and just nice way to see what's going on in the other counties, and just nice to have you guys as hosts. So, okay, great. I think what I'm gonna do is not go into executive session and just talk about the HR committee. I just, in fairness to your time, to walk you out of here, walk you back in, and just report on what we just talked about. Why don't we just talk? Okay, so I'll stay out of exec session. Let me introduce this in the conversations with both Grace and Matt. What I would like to do and am going to do as a chair also of this committee, but also the board. The reason I said that because Matt said you can, is put together a HR personnel and organizational development subcommittee of the executive committee that would report to us. So that would not mean you're a board member, it would mean your chosen alternate. And I think I've spoken with a few of you, but not all of you yet about this. So what you need to be is kind of the report to group. So it would be persons other than yourself. Let me use an example. In the case of Jeff, I talked with Jeff and asked Aaron Harrison to be, and he has accepted on this. What we'd like to do is have a representative from each county, perhaps a couple of additional representatives of agency CEOs, and possibly almost like we do with our community advisory committees, experts in the fields of HR outside of this organization. So I'm thinking of a committee about 7 to 9 persons, probably closer to 7. And the purpose would be, and this is why I just wanted to talk about it here, is one, just rolling back from the presentation we just got from OE. I know we went through that fast, but I like that Grace has initiated that with the consultant and gone through organizational development. From where we came last year, I mean, that is a very positive step, and thank you for doing that. this committee, the subcommittee could actually huddle with that group with you to kind of track how we're doing on organizational development. That's an example. Another example is of why I want to do this is I don't want to put the immediate burden of performance review of metrics on you without having a committee kind of go through it with Grace and get it to you. Because we often, just like today, we lose track of time. We're time pressed. We're rushed with other business items. So as she develops her performance reviews, there's a committee that can actually help shape them with Grace and to us. And then I think the third thing, and tell me if there's been movement already on this, but we talked openly last year, but not as much, I guess, in the full board meetings, but in some of the committee meetings. We talked about HR as a function. And I've talked with Matt, who I appreciated his perspective, and Grace mentioned the possibility of an HR generalist coming on. We're in this tweener sort of place of an organization that's 48 persons. And we're not a 200 person. I mean, I have on my shop, I got 4,500 employees. I got an HR director, right? But at 48, what's the threshold? And I did get counsel, and I don't know, Matt, if you want to talk about it, but we're not saying today, let's just bring on an HR director. I think you're in the middle of having that engagement, but it's something perhaps, you want to just comment on the conversation we had about the 40, like it might justify an HR professional in-house?
Yeah, I guess I was looking at the consulting contracts that you use now, and I can't remember the person's name. They're two different contracts, but the number of hours that person is working and relative to the cost, and trying to figure out, okay, what's the full-time equivalency look like? And when you do the math, I think based on what you want to achieve internally with an HR person, it would probably be at that tipping point of maybe making sense to have somebody in-house and not just a consultant. That was more of a math equation in my mind, though.
Thanks. Go ahead, Grace.
I was going to say that, we've looked at it internally too, and it always has been on the cusp. And when things were a little bit easier with staffing, it made more sense to have a consultant. But now that we've got more complex issues, I think it does make sense to tip in the direction of a full-time person.
Okay, so any thoughts on it from a couple of you been with us a while? And we're not making a decision today on whether to do that, but I think giving a committee the opportunity to confer with Grace and with us to give counsel on the matter.
So if a current employee wants to talk to HR right now, they still go to the consultant that we've retained?
So right now, we have an internal director of administration, Lindy Burt, and so if an employee has an issue, they go to her. She triages it. If she can deal with it directly, she does. If not, she refers them to the consultant. Employees also have the option of going to the consultant directly if they don't want to go to the director of administration.
Andy?
What does that HR consultant cost that we're using now versus if you hired one full-time?
I'd probably defer to Grace and Matt.
I don't have the math exactly in my head, but I do know that a full-time person would cost us significantly more. That's precisely why I haven't done it yet.
Except when you factor in the hours issue, which I don't know, Matt, if you remember that math you did in your.
Is it about, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the current contract is about $49,900 a year, $49,900 a year. And the number of hours that were dedicated, and that's where I'm a little foggy. I don't know, Grace, if you recall exactly the number of hours. I can pull it up.
No, I guess I would look at it as the number of hours are not to exceed, 20, I think.
It's $125 an hour.
Right. And again, I would say that the two consultants together, one does predominantly recruitment and hiring, and one does employee issues, such as FMLA. The two together are about $100,000 a year contract, not to exceed. If you hired a full-time person with fringes, it would be well above 100,000.
Yeah, so I did some math. At $125 an hour and $50,000 a year, that's about 8 hours a week on a 50-week clock.
Yeah.
And I think you would get more, obviously, bang for your buck internally. You'd have somebody here full-time.
Yeah.
So it's more money, but you're getting a lot more service.
Right. Yeah. That's the qualitative, quantitative question. But again, I think to kind of furthering the idea that why this subcommittee to us can exist is to take some more time to wrestle through those kinds of questions, the costs and benefits. Others?
So I guess, so when you talk to our commissioner then, is he personally going to be on the committee, or are they going to
He's going
get
to be,
somebody from
yeah,
the county?
the names specifically, again, just wanted to share this with you that so far, and I have to work from my memory, one is Commissioner Harrison, two is Shane Hajar. That the outreach has gone to Shane through Commissioner Dvorak, right? Yeah. And three is John, and that went out through Jeff Riddell. I am blanking on Lake Morris. I think I was going to talk to you actually, so about who might be on that. I don't think we haven't talked yet about it, but and then in Cuyahoga there were three persons willing to be a part of it. One is Mayor Matt Castelli. He comes from an HR background. The other two are Kyle Dreyfus Wells and India Birdsong, who, like Grace, are in agencies that have HR functions, obviously. So that list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would make up the board-connected body that would be this subcommittee on HR personnel and organizational development. So,
did we get, did we solidify the new performance metrics for
That-
Grace?
I have, through the transference from you to me, I have Grace's copy. We have, I think, I don't know if there's been an exchange of information about some additional, but this is exactly why I want this committee, like, yet now, if we can. I don't think, there hasn't been feedback yet, right?
No, no,
Okay.
I provided the instrument
Yeah.
that we used last time with the metrics from last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
But no, I've not received feedback.
So that presents kind of a sense of urgency to just move on this. I liked what you said, like, sounds good. If it sounds good to you guys, I'd like to move on this with the footnote. I got to talk with you, Morris, about who's the best person from Lake County from your perspective, because it wouldn't be you, because it would be somebody else. Yeah, yeah. Okay, Rich. Okay, great. So if we had, we'll nominate him without him. He's been approved without his allowance, right? No, I'm just kidding, but it sounds good. That would be the proposal. I mean, and like I said, council's given me the right to just do it. I love your concurrence, as a colleague bodies here, body of colleagues, You guys good with it? All right, because we don't have to vote on it, is my point. And I think to Grace's benefit, that group would get right away, getting feedback on the performance metrics, working on the question that I think you've got literally lingering about an HR generalist in this conversation of in-house or not. I mean, this would be what I would charge the committee with. And then third, working with OE, knowing that they're at the end of their contract, but just saying, hey, what's the flight path here for us, for organizational development and health. So, all right. I look a lot back to my colleague here because he's been in the seat, but
we got, there was a lot going on last year,
Yeah.
but so you're satisfied, Grace, with where you're at right now with as far as needing anything from us? I mean, contractually, I think you're set for now.
Yeah, no, I'm set. And I think, the addition of a personnel committee to advise me would be welcomed.
Without further ado, then, with that, we'll set forth, and I think this is obviously going into the minutes, but I'll get calls out to that member group and say that it was embraced by all. We'll start with the HR Personnel and Organizational Development Subcommittee, which is a subcommittee to the Executive Committee. So I think and the effort here is growth and go forward and calibrate. So thank you.
Yeah,
Terrific.
Thank you.
Yep.
Obviously, with the work that OE Strategies has done, and we actually initiated that in 2023 internally, and then brought them on board for the last year. Organizational development is very, very important to me, so I look forward to additional work in that capacity from the board members.
Terrific. All right. Okay, well, I thank you guys for the conversation. We do not need executive session. That's what I was wanting to talk with you about, but it was beneficial to have Grace here to speak to it. Any old business?
I was just going to ask, so no, even though we've met today, we still have a governance and executive committee meeting coming up fairly soon, I think, don't we? Okay, is that when it is? Okay, so we're still good there.
February
Okay.
21st. No, sorry, 14th, Valentine's Day.
That's coming up. Yeah, it actually, it's Valentine's Day. That's right. All right. Okay. All right.
Exactly. Show your love. Okay, well, that's great. Any other old business? Any new business? Guess we just talked new business, but. All right, so again, summary recap is we'll keep meeting as scheduled as executive committee. We'll hold the right to add executive committees as needed. We'll check in with council, with Grace and with her team about this remote possibility when and if appropriate. I'll make the calls for the HR personnel and organizational development subcommittee of this body with the charge that they will be working with Grace on performance metrics, the HR in-house or consultant or hybrid approach to how we staff HR, and also on working with OE and your team on overall 360 organizational development. Great. I think that's a wrap. Could I have unless anything else, motion to adjourn? So moved by John, second. All right, Annie, all right, and all in favor? Hell yeah. Aye. All right, have a good rest of January.